I was really frustrated with Zoom the last time I did it. And
Uh-huh.
my friend said, yeah, a lot of people with brain problems have issues with Zoom.
Yeah, really? Because I was just gonna say that like sometimes when you work with like people that are super spiritually advanced, technology just doesn't work around them too.
That happens to me quite a bit, actually.
Yeah. So I mean, you're kind of like a double case.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So like, why would it work right away?
Right. Yeah, like I don't even know if we went live, but let's see. Oh yeah, we did. Cool. We're live on
Well,
Facebook.
I've been laughing because like kind of since my my brain surgery, I my filter is like way down,
Uh-huh.
and so like people are gonna think that I'm really forgetful, but it's just me finally being like, and what was your daughter's name again? After
Uh-huh.
like 5 years of just pretending that I knew.
Now you're just really straight up.
Yeah, yeah. And I kind of had that reputation before, so we'll see how it goes.
So
But I'm a lot nicer. My heart is so much more open. Or not even that. It's just that there isn't like this. My heart was always really open, but there was like a big protective layer of
uh-huh.
like, fuck you, fuck them, fuck this, fuck that.
Right.
That I just don't need. Like I keep again like it's a filter thing, I guess. But anyway, hello.
Welcome to Pirate Utopia, Marcy.
Yeah, I noticed
Came
that you
aboard the ship
very
on the 24th of December, an auspicious evening for many in
yeah,
this country.
I love it. In a very piratey, sneaky way, you got me on your little pirate thing.
I know, I know. It was a sneak attack for sure.
But I'm in like a yes mode, so this is a good time to ask me to do things, I guess.
So, for anybody that's watching or anybody that watches this in the future, I met Marcy in 2008. I can't believe it's been over 12 years.
2008.
Can you believe that?
Mm-mm, not even a little.
I know. It seems
I
like
can't believe anything right now. Like,
yeah, right. Good
but I
point.
like simultaneously, I'm like, yeah, totally, I believe that. Like,
Uh-huh.
because I have to believe everything. It's
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
here we are, 2020.
And
So
the
wait, we met in 2008.
mhm.
Do you remember like where, how we met? Like what the
Like the
situation?
specifics of like the very first time you're like, "Oh, hey, I'm Marcy." And I'm like, "Hey, I'm
Yeah,
Jeff."
do you remember anything about like anything like that?
Um no, because it was my first year working at Omega, but I do remember you were taking the Alex Gray workshop and you were doing you were
Oh,
doing
that's right. I
shock
was
drawing.
having my life shattered is actually what was going on.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Um, I had been dating, like friends dating this man who, whenever he would introduce me to other people, he would always say, this is Marcy. She's an artist too.
Uh-huh.
And the like, she is an artist, like we are all artists thing, never ever in my life had I felt like included in that way.
Hmm.
And I'd never like felt, I guess, like the identity, I'd never realized that the identity of an artist could so fully like bring me into a place. Do you know, like it was not a thing. And so he introduced me to like dozens of people. I found this community kind of because of him. I met him at like a PTO meeting, and we beamed at each other, and we're like, "Yo, whoa!" There's another one of them, like, because we were both, you could tell we were both weird, and we both had kids, not the exact same age or anything, but it was just you have no idea. Like any parents that are watching this that are kind of over here with us will understand what it's like when you meet another one and you're like, oh my God, you're not like, I don't know, programmed or whatever. I don't want to disparage any parent because parenting is really hard. But there's like a normie vibe. And then there's the like, oh, dude, like, what am I going to do? And so we met and yeah, he introduced me to this whole like coffee shop scene kind of. And then we were hanging out for a few months, and he was killed in a motorcycle accident.
Mm.
Like it was, so we were hanging out. We met in like January. I think he passed away in May. Um, but like on his way out, like introduced me to my next boyfriend. Had his daughter like settled living with her mom. Like it was just kind of a whole crazy thing. But when I went to Omega to do Alex Gray's workshop and be an artist, I realized that like I didn't have this man introducing me as an artist to everybody.
Mm.
You know, like I just had to fucking be an artist.
Yeah.
And so what happened, and I was going through like this huge sort of spiritual awakening. Like it was a crazy, crazy time. And I mean, you probably remember like 2008. Anyone watching, I feel like I don't think I'm alone in like 2008 being kind of like intensely wild, you know?
Yeah.
Um, but what would happen is in Alex Gray's workshop, whenever I would touch my pencil to the paper, I would begin sobbing. And like sometimes I would just sit there and sob, and sometimes I would go out on the lawn and sob. But like 2008, I just remember laying on the ground crying. Like that was sort of my. I mean, only for what Alex Gray's workshop is like what, a month. It wasn't a long time, but it was just, and it was really specifically when I would touch my pencil to the paper,
Mm.
like, and then I would just. Whoo. And I had this wonderful woman, Marianne, I think. Marianne was her name. She was like an older lady, and she was an artist, and she just got it. Like she didn't care what I was. I mean, I wouldn't care now either. You know, like being older and looking back, it's like whatever a person's doing is what they're doing. Like doesn't matter.
Yeah.
But at the time, I was just like, oh my god, like this is amazing. She's an angel. Because she just kept painting her paintings, and like sometimes she'd ask me if I was all right, and then paint her painting. Anyway, that was a lot, but yeah, 2008. I remember coming in because I remember I'd been there in 2007. I knew Randall Roberts, and like that, like everybody, you know, that kind of little artist group. And I remember like just remember like standing there with you looking at artwork at some point. Like that's my recollection. It's like
That
yeah,
sounds
that was a really that was a powerful time.
for me too. I mean, that was my
Yeah.
time going there to
Oh my
work.
god. You must have just like
I was totally like in SpongeBob mode, just absorbing everything, and like and I really, you know, that was, I mean, it's totally different now to be there like a little bit older and a little bit more mature, but just to be there and just everything be super brand new and be like, I want to be in a cuddle puddle and I want to do like everything and explore and like
yeah. And to just be like there are others. Like there
yeah, right.
like and I didn't know I wanted to be in a cuddle puddle, but yes I do. Like yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. It's funny because yeah, I mean, I was there for 13 years, you know. Um, and like just kind of being like, oh, there's a lot of dysfunction that goes along with all of this, and there's a lot of like ridiculous behavior. And Adrian, so my son is 22 now,
Mm.
has been watching it, and he's just really astute and doesn't shy away from assessing things.
Yeah.
And he's just been like, that place is toxic.
I yeah, for sure.
Or
It's
like I'll do
benefits,
something or I'll
but
mention. Oh, sorry, what'd you say?
oh, I said it has some beautiful benefits, but I'm just so much more clamshell there now that I'm just like kind
Yeah,
of keeping my own space and you know.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he's just funny because like I'll mention a relationship, or I'll like every now and then kind of like float out an idea, and he'll just be like, "That sounds like you're on that toxic Omega shit," which
Yeah.
is just
Yeah.
there's just something so funny about that to me. Um, but it's a big split because you have what people, I mean, I always would tell people to please not do this, but where there's like Omega and the real world, and like I don't believe that way, I don't think of it that way. I think it's important that we not like really encourage that split, but once you have a split like that, there's going to be a lot of dysfunction that's just kind of there. But yeah, 13 years, how long were you there? Were you just on and off?
Yeah, I had been on and off. I think I've done 6 seasons over like 12 years or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I've gone back for workshops, specifically Alex's workshop. I think I've done that one like 5 times or something.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love those guys. Uh,
Yeah, and it's fun to be around other artists who most of the time have slightly less kind of like ego shit going on.
hmm,
Like most, it's like people who are trying to record something that has like blown them so wide open that they can't contain it. Not everybody, not all the time, obviously, but there's something really refreshing about that, I think. Where like genuinely, when you talk to a person and the art is bigger than them and they know it,
hmm, yeah,
it's and where everything's like you know when you're open in a certain way and you just know everything is bigger than you. There's like it's nice to speak to people that also come from that place, I think.
right. Yeah, I just watched, it was gosh, what's his name? Richard Pryor. There's like a Richard Pryor documentary that I just watched, and I really like Richard Pryor's comedy. I just think he's so funny. But he kind of lost it at the end there. You know, he
Yeah,
really spiraled out with
yeah.
drugs. And, but he
But
says
he's amazing. Like when he jokes about setting himself on fire, like he have you where he's just kind of like, dude.
I know, I know. But he's saying this thing where he's like, there's this, he's like, I kind of feel like there's this Richard Pryor guy, and it does all this amazing comedy and does all this shit. And then there's me that like has to like
Mhm.
live. And it's like, they're two different things. And like at times, if you are an artist or you're working to like whatever your hustle is,
Yeah,
sometimes it feels like your existence on all throughout, like everything is this, it's way bigger than just you.
yeah.
And sometimes it's hard to, you don't necessarily want to be the you and put that on your, I hate to say the word brand, but like, you know if you're
Yeah.
depressed, what are you supposed to make your brand look that way, like?
And like eventually that was actually what made my life easier because my I've always felt really splintered and fragmented. And there'd be like this Marcy that feels this way, and this Marcy that feels this way, and this Marcy that's trying to mediate, and this Marcy that's trying to explain where these two guys are coming from. Like I've always felt like that. And it like having a brand was really nice to just be able to like put it somewhere, And I mean, my brand is Meta Marcy too, so that it works really well because they're sort of like Marcy and I'm off living my life. And then there's like all the other stuff that's going on. It's like Marcy 2.0 or something. But I never really had the problems that I've talked. I mean, because I work with people that are entrepreneurs and I talk a lot with them about their challenges in branding or marketing or whatever. And I won't say I haven't had that problem because it's always been like work. You know what I mean? Like, how do I present this? How do, like that? And how do I kind of reconcile kind of who I am with what I'm putting out there? But my sort of goal has always to have all of that stuff inching closer and closer and closer to just being one thing.
Hmm.
Does that make sense?
Hmm.
But yeah, having the brand actually really helped me just go like, all right, like we'll send Meta Marcy to go do that or like take care of that or handle that or whatever.
Right.
Uh,
i
and
like
it
I like
really
that
helped.
way of looking at it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
because it's kind of like it can be a shell,
it's
but
nice. And people, the other thing is one, like probably in terms of like business or marketing, the thing that changed my life the most, and I want to give the person credit if I can, I think it's Michael Mapes might have said this. I don't think it's like a unique idea, but basically, you're not selling yourself. You don't have to describe yourself. You don't, because that was always impossible. You know
Mhm,
what I mean? Because it was like, well, who's asking? Because you get this one, this one, this one, or this one, depending on who you are.
mhm,
But the idea that like it's my job, if I have something that helps people, it's my job to make sure that they know about it. Or if I have something that they're going to want to look at or that they like, it's my job to put it out there,
uh-huh,
like to let people know about it, not to like spread the word about me or to make money, whatever, but to make sure that the people who need it can find it.
hmm,
And that, like, I was like, oh, I can do that.
ah,
Because like my big thing, like in life, it feels like connecting people or putting, this resource with this need. Like that's always felt like kind of like what I'm here to do. And when I clicked over from like, how do I sell myself? But like, I don't even like myself. When I moved out of that space into, well, clearly people benefit from this or that or whatever thing that I'm doing, yeah, it's my job to like make sure they know about it. It's my job to put it in a way that they can understand what it is and receive it. And it like, just totally changed everything for me in terms of business and marketing, and especially art and spiritual work marketing, but I've never had a problem with charging. How about you? Like when it comes to art and stuff, have you always been like cool with charging, or is it hard? Like what's your
I feel like I haven't had an issue charging for art, like not as a beginner and still not now, but it's not like I get a bunch of people hitting me up for art either. Like I give a lot of stuff away.
I hear you.
So like somebody usually is like a good friend that's like, no, I seriously want to throw you like several $100 and I like these, couple paintings, how can we work it out? Yeah. But I've like, and I think I'm maturing over this, and I'm glad you brought up that idea of like, it is my job. If I want people to know about it, then it's my job to tell them.
And it's not for you, it's for them. It's not about you, it's about them getting to have the experience that is an amazing experience when you encounter a piece of art that moves you. And like that, like it's not about me promoting myself as a reader or a healer. It's about making sure people that want or need healing or insight or to change or whatever their deal is, that they can find a way to reach me, and it really like, it's such a subtle thing, but it makes such a difference in terms of like how you even go about it, or at least for me. This is Quincy, by the way.
Hi, Quincy.
You decided to just be on the show.
I'm glad.
Me too.
But I want to go back to the thing about charging for a second, just because I think that's a good issue for anybody that listens to this that has an art thing or music thing or their independent business going. Like, I think one of the reasons why I don't have an issue charging too is because I've been homeless as fuck and I've been broke as fuck before.
Yeah.
Like I didn't know my worth back then. And as I started to earn it and understand it better, then it's like, no, this is seriously what I want. And people really respect that when you say that without batting an eye,
And people, like if you've ever saved up for something or put something on layaway or like kind of use your last $10 to get a thing, like people value paying for things. Like we live in this society of exchange, and so we want to like show that something matters to us by like giving, and so like the difference between you handing out like 6 paintings for free is a person's like, oh yeah, some guy was just handing out 6 paintings for free. You know what I mean? Versus like, the act of like, oh, I've been seeing this, painting in this gallery or on this corner or whatever for like 3 weeks and I'm finally getting it today.
Yeah.
Like, it just makes such a difference.
Right. I still paint mainly just kind of for my own fun, like, and like I've always shied away from like, I'm going to make a website and sell prints. Like, I've just always been like, that's not really been me.
Really.
But maybe it's time to mature out of that. And like, I mean, there's websites out there.
What I would say is like, if you want to do art full time, then yeah, like that would be a great thing to do. Do you know what I mean? Like if you, and there's no reason that people wouldn't want it. If I was you, I think I would just have someone else do that for me.
Yeah, pay somebody else.
If I could go backwards, or not backwards, but like just back in time, there's all this shit that I've done in my business. I've been like this one woman show for 20 years.
Yeah.
Sorry, this is like overcome by the last 20 years. Oh my God, I did all of it. But yeah, like just go, like, cause now I'm getting to a place where I'm like, okay, who can help me and how can I kind of have some support doing all of these things. Like the things you hate, you could probably outsource.
Yeah, true.
And then like now this thing that wasn't available is you have a team and like people that are like in your corner and support you. You have extra money coming in and you didn't really have to do anything that you super hated.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
you know, something I really love is Dave Chappelle in maybe it was like the Artist Studio or something. He was talking about when he first started out that he just wanted to do stand up full time. He was doing something else and he just wanted to be stand up. And both of his parents were teachers. And he sort of thought to himself, I don't need to be like rich and famous. If I could just make as much money as a teacher, but not have to be a teacher,
Right.
that would be enough.
Yeah.
And I really love something about that. I just think that like looking at it that way is amazing. Because, if you're in like this healing profession, on Facebook, I get nonstop ads. Be a sexy 5-2K momtrepreneur. Whatever. It's just stupid. And I don't care about any of that. Like I've never cared about 10K months, just I get whatever. Like I just want to get by. I mean, not I want to do better than get by. I want to, live in a house or something, but and I want to feel comfortable and happy. But never in that like sexy, slimy way. Like it's just never been my thing. But I love Dave Chappelle's sort of humble. So if we can be like middle class, like, all right.
Yeah.
And
that was probably my biggest thing about learning to like create and generate my own wealth is like really what is your overhead for you to live like a life that you're stoked about.
mm-hmm.
And it's like for me it's not that. It's like every once in a while I want to buy some Yeezys, like okay, that means you have to put away an extra $300 every couple of months, like that's totally doable, and if that makes me smile, like awesome. But
because
I
had
more than that,
yeah,
like other people have pets and dogs and motorcycle hobbies and
to be able to just kind of live your life. It doesn't have to be crazy. Like there is enough for each of us to have enough for each of us. Do you know what I mean? Like we can all do this. But yeah, I mean, I had Adrian I got pregnant when I was 19 and I had him like less than 2 weeks after I turned 20. And so I was on food stamps. I was on like eating at my grandparents' 3 nights a week just to like
shout out food stamps.
Exactly. And so I don't want to feel like that,
right.
I don't want to feel like I'm hoarding things I don't need, like
true.
So I'm kind of like in between those poles. But again, like the thing that really changed was when I realized that it benefits other people to pay me, and they want to make that outlay and they want to make that exchange. And like, what's the amount that feels good to just kind of feel comfortable? And I never got on any of the passive income stuff that I like. That's something that I kind of am ushering myself into as time is going by.
Investing and stuff like that?
Or just like finding ways to have not all of my money come from me being alert, awake, and helping someone. So whether it's like selling prints of my art or having a tarot deck be published or like having a program that someone can sign up for and just sort of like it runs itself, and those are all things like where would I say like have someone else do it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the advice I can take for myself is like have someone help me with that.
Right.
But I think as artists, I don't know about you, I will speak for myself, like I always felt so weird and so particular. Like I have like a way I see things and I want it to be that way. And like so figure it out as I go. And I always felt like just sort of so strange, like nobody could get me, that I felt like I had to do everything by myself. Like it always felt like it was easier to just do it myself than to explain it to someone else. And if you've ever, and probably a lot of people know this one, where like as you get into receiving or allowing or asking for help, and like again and again, you get that experience of like, it would have been fucking easier to do this myself.
Yeah.
You know?
That's that's literally why I wanted to quit team sports, was because like there's a couple sports, particularly baseball, that I was pretty good at. And there was a couple like times where we could be getting to the end of the season or something, and it'd be like the game that we need to win to get us to the next round or something. And it's like you tried so hard, and then just somebody like flops it out there, and you're just like, oh, like God, do I have to do everything? Like, and that's why I loved skateboarding so much, because I felt like it was 100% my shit right there. Nobody's not doing the trick. That's like totally up to me to land it.
Yeah.
And I felt like, I don't know, it just felt very, it doesn't say that like team sports are bad, but it wasn't for me.
It just, yeah. And I think I think we're built that way. And I think it's part of our sort of vision and our ability to just go sit and paint or draw or whatever for hours and like, just kind of make something out of nothing, and so it makes sense, but it also, I mean, it's exhausting, it gets lonely, and then there's so many things, like a team is so helpful. I've always really loved like heist movies, like The Italian Job or whatever, where there's like the mastermind team and you have all of these different experts in these different areas. Like,
okay, those kind of teams I'm down with.
I've always wanted to be like, you have the demolition guy and you have the like, language expert and you have the like sneaky guy. I've always loved that concept, and it's always felt like that should be our lives, where, because no person on one of those teams doesn't get to be who they want to be.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Not the kind of team where.
Well, that's part of the intention of like Pirate Utopia, even. It's just connecting to people that I've known and loved for years, and be like just cross promoting each other, cross pollinating, and checking in. Like we can barely hang out as it is in 2020.
Yeah.
I mean, we physically can't right now. We're supposed to be quarantining, with the virus going up and whatnot.
Well, even just like as we were kind of fooling around, getting our stuff going, and we were joking around, I was like, this is what's missing. Because I've been spending most of my time, I mean, alone. I'm with my son. Like, we're in our apartment, but we're both really good at giving each other space, because it's always been the two of us, and it's mostly been in a pretty like tight space. And I'm a person that talks on the phone constantly doing my readings, and he's a musician. So we have this, like, we've figured out how to kind of build I mean, he's got a friend over right now. Right here.
Yeah.
But like, we've just gotten really good at building our bubble and just kind of staying in it, because otherwise we would be really on each other's nerves.
Yeah.
But we're kind of at this, like, it's a very perfect level of like this much engagement all the time. But what it means is it's not a lot of like one-on-one, every now and then. Okay. Yeah. Hearing you.
But do you still have the lily pad below?
Sort of. My mom, when I had my surgery, so just, I don't know, like, if we need any backstory, but I had brain surgery.
Yeah.
July 27th of this summer. And leading up to that, because I had to stop driving, and I was having seizures, and what else? She just started coming up to like get ready, because the sort of prior to surgery, they were like, you might not be able to walk, you might not be able to feed yourself. Like, there was all of this, like, this might be what it's like after surgery for you. And so we were getting ready for that. I think we were kind of getting used to being around each other. I moved away from my mom. Like, when I moved here, I moved on purpose, which turns out is not particularly like the healing move. You can't just avoid someone.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it just doesn't work that way.
Right.
Which I knew. No, I know. But anyway, so she started coming up maybe in like March. And the lily pad became my illegal unofficial guest room.
I see.
Which was amazing. Like if I didn't have that, it would have been like she or I would have been on my couch.
Right.
And she or I would have like, she hates my bed. So, you know, it was just like one of those things where it just wouldn't have worked.
Right.
And it was incredible. It wouldn't, like everything has been like that, where it's just like, oh, why do you have this magical extra location that your mom says is the most comfortable place she's ever slept in her life? Like, she's traveled all over the world and done all kinds of things. And like, she's just like, that it's so comfortable. I can't believe it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. And yeah, and it's a lot feels that way, where it's like nothing is quite as it was intended. You know, nothing is like quite the way I imagined it, or like the purpose that I initially gave it, but it's better. Like I never would have had a spare room for my mom to stay in. Like in no way that I was imagining my life or thinking about like a house I'd buy or a place to live was that like a part of it, you know? And then it happened.
Were you at the place, like when you had to go through brain surgery and everything, were you at the place already where you were like, I already know this is going to be fine, I'm not even tripping at all? Or was there like some fear, like, holy shit, this is serious?
It's actually kind of gone in reverse. Like I immediately, so what happened was I had this like download, really clear download, where I was like, oh, I'm doing like a major ancestral clearing and healing for my mother's lineage, like just going way back, like all the way back through time. And it was, I can't even, I mean, people know, like when you just like something is so clear. It was a lot of little clues along the way, like when I was having seizures. I have a lot of friends that are healers. I have a lot of friends that put me in touch with other people that are healers that I had sessions with. But it kept coming back like, oh, this has to do with your mother's line. This is your mother's lineage. You know, it's your mother's, you know, the female line. Like it just kept going back to like the matrilineal ancestry. And so I was like, all right. And so the thing that I felt most was this feeling of like warriorship and like being selected, kind of like this. And I don't know, like if I was like, hey Jesse, you're selected to be on the front lines, like there's this feeling of like, oh, awesome, yeah, I'm in, like I'm down to do this, you know. Then it's like, oh, you know, one thing that happened is I'd been having seizures, and I just was to me, I was having shamanic mystical experiences that had to do with like the integration of parts of me from different time and place. Like that's what it felt like. That's what I knew it to be. And I think, I mean, it's both, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that I was wrong. But I also didn't go to the doctor for about 3 years because I was just like, yes, for a living, I talk to cats and dogs and trees and rocks and people's dead relatives. Like, I'm not going to go to a doctor. How are they going to, you know, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
But anyway, so I had, I think too long of a story to get into, but through a series of events, I had a friend who happened to contact me, who's a neuropsychiatrist. And she was like, I think you need, she contacted me, and then I had a seizure in front of Adrian. And it was the first time anyone had seen it. And Adrian, like, again, I feel so fortunate for how I've raised him, because he was like, no, like, you need to go to the doctor. That wasn't okay. And we don't have the kind of relationship where I go, oh, shut up. We have the kind of relationship where if I don't hear that properly, he says it again and again and again. And I also listen to him. So like, I'm so grateful. Like, that's such a huge piece of all of this. So, and then my recently kind of in touch with me for the first time in a long time, neuropsychiatrist friend, she was like, you need to get an MRI. And then I had actually earlier that morning before the seizure made an appointment for a physical. And so when I talked to the doctor, and it was the beginning of COVID, so it was telemed, perfect. And so I said to the doctor, I need an MRI. And she was like, there's no way that they're going to approve an MRI. Like, we're just meeting. I'm not even seeing you in person. Like, this is like, that's not how doctors or MRIs work. And I was like, well, if you could just like start the process. And then this doctor I found is just really unusual. And she was like, okay, I can do, like, she's like, they're not going to approve it, but I can do this.
Yeah.
And because of COVID, they went, there was this like period of time, and it happened to just be between when I talked to my doctor and when I went to schedule my MRI. They lifted all the restrictions and all of the authorizations needed on scans and tests like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I found out I had the MRI, and I was not expecting anything. You know what I mean? Like, I really didn't think it was like a physical brain thing. And what anyone out there with like a medical issue, just leave your patient portal alone. Don't look at it yourself. Because I decided at like 1:30 in the morning that I was gonna dig through this.
Oh, okay.
And so I discovered by myself at 1:30 in the morning that I had like a brain tumor like that big.
Whoa.
Like big. And the picture's crazy because, your brain like kind of does like a thing like that.
Yeah.
And in my brain, it like bumped out. And it explained migraines, like just pressure in my head. Like everything made a lot of sense.
Yeah. Fuck.
But it was so, I've never been so terrified in my life. Like, it was just so terrifying. It was just so, so scary. Because it was, I do a lot of work on the etheric realm. I do a lot of work with kind of conceptual or intangible things. And like, that's where I like to hang out. Like, that's been my jam. And so wait a minute, this is literally a real thing that's really in there. I haven't been to the doctor. In 2007, I quit my career and stopped having medical insurance and just went like full kind of fairy angel, higher self, you know what I mean? Like, just went full over there.
Yeah.
And didn't go to the medical doctor again. I go to a chiropractor. I was a Kundalini yoga teacher. I am a Kundalini yoga teacher. Yeah. I would go to like other yoga. That was my health stuff.
Wow.
Kathy Fitzgerald, energy healing. Like,
yeah. And I'm on that health plan right now, actually.
I think it's a really good health plan.
Yeah.
Because the other thing is, Kathy Fitzgerald told me to make a physical appointment, and that got me rolling to have health insurance. I did not have health insurance until January of this year.
Okay. Well, thank God you got it. I mean,
dude, it's
God
crazy.
bless America.
Yeah. Like, was that easy for you to get? Insurance. What'd you say?
Was that easy for you to get, knowing that you were like, holy shit, we got to get this up?
No, it was magical. Kathy Fitzgerald, a year or so. Well, it's been more than that now. I want to find it. I actually have to find this because it's too crazy. But I had been having these mystical experiences. And again, I don't take away, there's a mystical element to these experiences. They were also seizures since 2017. And it's really an interesting thing. And it's one of those where I wish.
Can we pause for 1 second right there? So if like, you'd almost say like in the East, it's like a mystical experience, right? Like back in the day, the tribes people would say, she's having mystical experiences. She need to go with the shamans and they'll take care of it. And then in the West, we're like, oh, we call this a seizure, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And one of my best friends at the time, we're kind of renegotiating our relationship, was just like, it's not a seizure. Like, and really was dismissive. Like, what's the doctor going to say? Why would you go to the doctor? Like, just his own fear and my outsourcing of my wisdom to him really delayed. And I think all of the timing has been perfect. Like, I don't think there's been a problem or a wrong thing through any of this.
Yeah.
Really. When I'm in my like right space, everything is like, we're good. Not always. Yeah, that was where this started, was you'd ask me if it was scary. It's fucking terrifying. Like a lot of the time.
Yeah.
And what I'm keep learning, and I think we all know this and kind of forget, is like we can be afraid and still be present. Like I'm not failing when I feel scared, and I'm not. It doesn't mean something bad's happening. It's it's a tough thing. And I also like I still have these like seizures that a big component of them, and from the beginning a big component. And when you go online and you look at like WebMD, people describe it like fear or anxiety, however people want to put it, is actually one of the components of this type of seizure.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So like being able to just kind of go like, this is a chemical thing, and not get like swept away is hard. And then being so sensitive in 2020, where most people are like, yo, is the world ending? Like, what the fuck? And I'm so sensitive to the collective.
Right.
It's insane. But so we were talking, so here's the thing that happened that was really like, I don't know, it was a really interesting experience for me, is I'm freaking out. Like I'm realizing that there's like an actual tumor in my head. Like we have to deal with reality,
Yeah.
And I was having like bad dreams, and I was just kind of like in sort of a panic. And it was also that was in March. So that was like the very beginning of COVID and quarantining, and just like things are like, we're rolling. And I just remember being like super freaked out. I was talking to a lot of people. And I'm, finding out that I have a brain tumor too. Like that was crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
Especially after 10 years of zero medical anything. And I've always been the kind of person that like, I'll have this, and this symptom, and nobody can figure out what it is. And then like an acupuncturist will go like, oh, it's that. But it's always just been like that for me. I've always had stuff going on. And it comes down to usually sort of balancing my nervous system in some way or another.
Yeah.
But I was sleeping, I was having nightmares. I was like sleeping, half awake, whatever. And I can't remember like what started it, but I felt myself like come into my body. Like there was this, I know what it was. I had been having a lot of battles with demons. Like, and I mean, I know a lot of people that have demon battles, and I talk to a lot of my, not a lot, but I have clients that have demon battles are not a new thing for me, but I've never really considered them to be real.
Yeah.
But I was having what felt like real demon battles. Like I was like fighting with demons, and I'm like, oh my God, is this the tumor? I'm just like freaking out.
Yeah.
And then, so this was like in my kind of, again, like in my sleep, but I didn't feel sleepy. I fell awake. And I realized that if I was on this level, like on the earthly realm, that a demon couldn't hurt me.
Mm-hmm.
And again, it was not in words. Like I was in like, sleeping or in a trance state, whatever you want to call it. But there was just this deep realization that if I was on the level of material reality, only things in material reality could hurt me, so I wouldn't have to worry about the demons. And I felt like everything, I was sleeping-ish, everything went red, and I felt this like pop of just like, and I knew that I had landed in my physical body fully for the first time ever in my life. And there was just this like, and it's been an impossible to describe experience, like the whole thing through. I mean, I can tell you like these stories, but it's hard. The inside is hard to describe because there are, like I said, there are moments where I'm like, yep, I'm just lined up for this. Like, this is what we're doing. Like, I'm healing my ancestral lineage. like I feel like a warrior, I'm here for this.
Yeah.
And then there's like, I don't want to talk about it too much, but just if you want to look up the prognosis for glioblastoma, it's not good. Like it's a really kind of like just sort of terrifying. I don't know why they would even talk about it like that, Yeah. But one of my friends, Jihung from Omega, she said, take the diagnosis, ignore the prognosis, which I think is amazing. And like 10 different people at least have reached out to me to be like, hey, I had this prognosis and look at me now,
Right.
Someone gave me 2 years to live. It's been 25. Like, I've had a lot of, just a lot of people reach out with that kind of thing. And it really helps because I know that I know better, but it doesn't, you have those days. Like
it's like reading the comments or something though. It's unnecessary.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's kind of like, it goes back to the money thing. Like if you've ever had times where you're worried, like, oh, how am I going to pay the rent?
Right.
And you always pay your rent.
Exactly.
It's never not there.
Yeah.
And this feels like that, but it's a lot.
That is a lot.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
And then meanwhile, my mom is staying with me.
That's also a lot.
That would be a lot.
Just for anybody.
It's a lot for her.
Right.
My friend reminded me today, like, your mom's worried about you. Like,
right. Yeah.
Just on the most basic level.
Right.
Like, you're her daughter, and you have like a thing. It's a big deal. It's been really cool. Like my surgery, I think I started to say there was like talk of rehab and what if I can't eat and, or move or speak or whatever. And I just I woke up and I had done this shamanic thing where, so just real quick, I love the most to work with people that feel like they have a lot of different parts to them, that that kind of have that fragmented, distinct thing. And because I love it. Because what happens is when I talk to a person that's got that going on, all those different parts of them talk to me. And I can kind of figure out what's going on. And so there'll be like one part that's like, I really want to make a painting and he won't let me. And then another part would just be like, yeah, fuck painting. Painting's fucking stupid. And then I can talk it out. And so instead of you having to like battle with, not that you ever do, but instead of you having to deal with that, I can kind of bring it out and there's a little conversation that happens. And I started working with it, and the sort of vision or image that I use is that of a town, and we're having a town meeting. And so if you think about a town meeting, everyone's allowed to talk. And everyone's allowed to have their say. And it's like, because usually what we do is we have all of our different parts, and there's a hierarchy, and some we don't even like, they just stay like underground, but they're important. They're acting out. I mean, if you think about our society, you can't just oppress certain elements of society and expect that to go well for anybody.
Right.
It's a weaker society. It's like, eventually there is a thing, like it doesn't, you can't, it doesn't work that way. And if we go back to like what we all know in spirituality, there is only one thing. And so we can't pretend that there's two things and put one away. Like it doesn't work well. So anyway, I work with my town, and if anybody wants to do this work with me, I love it so much. And it's even better now. Someone described me post-surgery as having an upgrade. And I thought that was awesome. I feel that way.
Yeah.
And it, like, the readings feel that way. And it's just really nice when someone says something like that. Like, it was like, oh, thank you. Like, it felt so validating. But anyway, I imagined, like, in my work, I posted a notice in the town that was like, hey, any members of this town that don't want to be here, that like don't like being alive, that don't like living on, like being a part of this unit, you can go. And I like imagined posting a sign that just said like rocket ship leaving 27th. you're in or you're out, but like anyone can go, but you have to really know that this is permanent and you're not coming back. But you don't have to stay here anymore. And like, there's a new place for you somewhere else. And it was such a clear, like, it wasn't like I made that up. It was so clear that that was what we were doing. There's a rocket ship, it's leaving. If you don't want to be here, you can go. And it didn't feel harsh. It felt a little bit like a professor on a first day of class being like, hey, you're in or you're out, but like right now's the time to just go be out if you don't want to be here.
Yeah.
No penalty. I won't hold it against you. I won't notice. I won't care. But like, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. And when I woke up from surgery, I wouldn't say like a different person, but my life felt easier all of a sudden. Like, so what, there's the shamanic piece, there's the just not having a brain tumor in your head piece.
Yeah.
The doctor said that the brain tumor was there at least 10 years.
Whoa.
Yeah. Like that had been growing for at least 10 years. And so I feel so badass. Do you know what I've done? 10 years? Oh my God, really? And there's something about having such a challenge as this. I'm mostly appreciative because like genuine. I hate when people, I don't know, like when people talk like that, but seriously, because I feel like, and this might just be me making things up, but I feel like for the first time in my life, I am allowed to be like as badass, whatever. I never think of myself as badass. I just want to be clear, but like I just to have words to use.
I think you're pretty badass. So.
I know. Anyway, I've never felt so permitted to just be as fucking like badass, like balls out, smart, like all the way I have always felt, and again, I'm not putting this on anyone but me. I have always felt like I needed to and just kind of like pull in and be a little less and not upset people and not have them be jealous or hurt or scared or whatever they might feel, because we all we can't help ourselves. Like I've always just felt like I had to just like tone it down, Marcy, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And it really feels like, and I feel this less now, I felt this at first, but it felt like I can just be me and no one is going to have a problem with this. And I think it's really interesting that it takes like what I mean, like this major thing to just finally feel like I don't have to, I don't know, I keep doing this, I guess like I don't have to hold back just to keep anybody from feeling like jealous or
right.
Overwhelmed, whatever it is. Like I don't really know.
Yeah.
But I mean, someone once described me, someone at Omega described me as like an 8-year-old with a lightning rod to the divine shooting straight out of my head. And that feels like, that has always felt pretty spot on. But I feel a little like I've been just coming down into my heart a lot more. And one thing that was cool was when I first woke up, like I didn't feel smart and I couldn't, like, my eyes didn't work. So do you know this? Do you know that my surgery impacted my vision?
You told me that.
In order to get to the tumor, they had to like move and stretch my ocular nerve. And it's so funny, like they were really quick to be like, here's your diagnosis, this is the bad thing, but not really like super straightforward with like, you might not be able to see after this.
Oh, really? Or, yeah.
Like they didn't, I don't know, it's a weird thing.
But so is your vision like severely impacted now?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, okay. I've gotten used to it. And I mean, my vision has always been weird. And I have always had experiences that I've just had to be like, well, that's a Marcy thing, and like integrate it. Like that's just how I rock.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's mostly over here. And it's like, well, one big thing was when I first woke up, there was like, it's kind of like dark, I guess. Yeah, like I can't see my hand.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't see that at all. Almost at all. And anywhere that it was dark, it filled in with cats. And
With
so it
what?
would look like there was a cat in my hospital room, or it would look like there was a cat. Like and it looks very, very, very real.
Uh-huh.
Like it's I've gotten used to it, and I can tell the difference. Like it's a subtle difference, but I would like have to double check and see if my cat was down there.
Yeah.
You know, then. And one thing there has been a lot of like kind of cat symbolism and cat messaging. Like there is like a cat thing and an Egypt thing that's going on, on all of the other layers that I don't need to get into. Try to remember that. I don't need to get into all of it.
Right, right.
But then, okay, so then I don't know, I had another seizure, which like made it was kind of everything was kind of getting better. And then I had a grand mal seizure. And then it was like, we reset in a big way, which was just remembering it's so, I feel so lucky though. Like, haven't you had the insight that things are nonlinear?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And it's like, what if I didn't know that? Right. I'm so happy I know that. And I know it's so like in there, that and it's like, oh, okay, well, right. Like we get used to a linear reality and we like a linear reality, but that's not how anything works.
Yeah, no, not at all.
And like that can be like an ass kicking realization, or it can be like a really gentle, like, hey buddy, okay, it's a spiral,
Yeah.
But then what else? So it's been just really interesting to see kind of like what the rest of my mind is doing with this kind of blank space.
Yeah.
For a while I hit my head on like a because I can't see. And I mean, I spent 13 years at Omega practicing like seeing in the dark. And it's actually it made it kind of, do you ever do that? Did you ever walk to from campus to the trailer park in the dark? Like,
yeah. Sometimes not by choice. Like forgot or something.
Yeah. I would do that a lot, but sometimes I would do it with my eyes closed, or I'd walk around campus.
Yeah, right.
Like just kind of in my own personal training.
Yeah. Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
But anyway, like it was really tricky at first because I move around like a person and I'm good. Like I'm good now. Like it's been a few months, but I move around like a person that's just perfectly fine. And then like would also though, like something would just kind of, because like imagine try this. Like you have no peripheral vision. So you can't see any of that. And then all of a sudden here.
Yeah, and then it just pops up.
Like the thing appears. Yeah.
Yeah.
So people like I would just get like
Yeah.
And my system was already kind of at like a 12. But anyway, I hit my head on a cabinet door, and so for a while I was seeing cabinet doors everywhere, like everything in my like the edges of my vision.
Yeah.
The cabinet door. And that, like, it felt so nice where I was like, oh, thank you. Like, you're trying to make sure I don't hit my head on the cabinet door again. I appreciate that. Then, this still happens sometimes. I don't have an understanding of it, but it will look like there are vehicles, like, backing up. And so I'll be laying in bed, and it genuinely looks like there is a van, like, backing up by my bed. And I just have to know that there is no van backing up in my bedroom. I mean, I know that.
Yeah.
But I see it. Like it's literally just as much as you might see anything.
Wow.
It's there. That's crazy. I can still draw. It took a minute. Like at first I couldn't. It was really frustrating. And I was a little like jumping the gun in retrospect. Like, what are you doing? You didn't even be trying this.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I can draw, like I couldn't at first, like if you have a line here and a line here, I couldn't see where they, like how they would come together or like how they would match up. That's no problem. And I can I'm doing fine. Like as far as drawing, I mean, I've always said that I just channel anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it feels a lot like, I mean, I'm just like I remember when I first started just being like, I don't know how I'm doing this, guys. Like, I don't know what's going on. Cause it's not, I don't see normally. But something's like, I mean, I have One of my Kundalini teachers told me I had an overly developed third eye, which is true. It's definitely the case. And so again, just working on like coming from here makes a big difference.
So with the drawing, have you been able to go back to the tarot deck that you've been
I've been working on it. It's tough because I mean, and you know how any creative project, like if you're trying to like just get it done or like force it, it doesn't really work.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have. I've worked on it here and there. Part of it, so a tarot deck, for anybody that doesn't know, is 78 cards, which means 78 drawings. And so one of the big parts has just been being organized and like figuring out where I'm at and going through the process. Like what I decided to do was kind of break each card into stages. And so there's like, do I have who are you waving at?
Felix is making an appearance. Come on the show.
Oh.
Yeah.
Say what up.
Hello.
This is Marcy.
Nice to meet you, Marcy.
This is
Nice
Felix.
to meet you. It's so nice to see like a new face.
Isn't it?
Another person.
God, look at your face. It's so beautiful.
Oh, thank you. You're cute. And your cat and your room. It's so nice.
Yes, this is my living room.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Yeah.
You guys doing sushi?
Yeah. Do you want us to wait or do you want me to bring you?
No, don't wait, because we might have like another hour or so I don't want to make you guys wait.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want me to bring you down or just put it in the fridge?
Just put it in the fridge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. Have a good rest.
Thank
you. We're having sushi tonight, so.
Oh, nice. That's so awesome.
We're renegating the holidays.
That sounds great. I mean, that's a Jewish tradition for a really long time.
Yeah, I've always identified with like the Jewish tradition. I wasn't specifically raised it, but even as a kid, I'd like sometimes pretend I was Jewish at school for some reason. To be like, I'm not like you. I'm not like you. Because there were just like it was more normal to be like have a Christmas tree and stuff like where I was from. Not normal, but like it was more common.
Well, good, like more common. Yeah.
Like it doesn't seem like it. Maybe it's just because I'm not like around my parents anymore. But it doesn't seem like as big of a thing to me now. Like I feel like people are more diverse with how they celebrate the holidays and how they even say Happy Holidays now. Like not a single person has said Merry Christmas to me this year out at the store. They've all said Happy Holidays. Oh. And I feel like I think it's
so funny because they're like the people that get super offended by Happy Holidays.
Really? I feel like that's like
no, like we're at least like online maybe.
Okay.
Yeah, offended by Happy Holidays because they say Merry Christmas. Like it's
okay. But like what if somebody doesn't like I don't really celebrate Christmas for like not really.
Yeah. And then like I will like sometimes I'll just sort of be a poser and do like the Blessed Yule, which I know about and like connect to, but I don't like celebrate Yule.
Right.
I'm not a practicing pagan in the like, let me get out my Yule log way, you know?
Yeah. I know so in the Russian tradition, they do like a Christmas on New Year's. So it's like a gift giving day on New Year's.
Oh, that's nice.
Which is kind of nice, yeah.
When I was a kid, I always thought that you should give presents on your birthday.
I agree. I think.
And then everybody would get presents all year. It wouldn't be like this holiday thing.
Uh-huh.
And like it would like you kind of be more in touch with like what like the best parts about being human. It really is better to like give, you know, it feels really good to do that.
This year I threw myself a dance party. Nice. And so like I made all the invitations. There were these little origami swans. And I don't know, it's like 15 of the staff that at the retreat center I was working at all came together. It was like a small group, but still, I mean, it was a ton of work to throw a dance party by yourself, but it was really, really rewarding. And like everybody had fun. And like, I think everybody recognized like how much time I spent on like setting it all up and organizing it. But
I love that.
It was great. It was great. I would definitely do it again.
That's awesome.
Because I've struggled to like celebrate my birthday, like, yeah, let's go, you know, like.
One of my biggest like wounds, I guess, or just hurtful moments in life was I was in kindergarten, and like this stuck with me for years. I was singing happy birthday to myself, and this first grader who was at my birthday party like came in and was like, you can't sing to yourself. Like interrupted the song and like made me stop, and I cried and like ran under the porch. Like it was a really big deal. The party like stopped for a minute. And like it's a so I love that. Like that's the correction to that experience. Like not only can you sing to yourself, you can throw an entire dance party for yourself.
Right. Like, so I was, and I constantly kind of, I like hate to say like, oh, I'm studying Buddhism, because that's like a pretty big claim to make, but like I've kind of always like hovered around like certain books that like get into like certain Buddhist insights, you know. And one of the big kind of like break open moments this year was like, okay, you're never supposed to be the Buddha, but like the Buddha is like everything around you, you know, like all the people that come into your house and come into your life, like that's the Buddha showing up for you, or that's God showing up for you, or whatever. So that was really where I was like, all right, I want to celebrate that for my birthday. So like that was kind of like an inside out moment, and it was just great. Like everyone showed up with different little treats, and I don't know, it was
That's really awesome.
Yeah, it was a big learning moment for me.
Yeah,
because I want to get more into that like space permanently, you know. Not just on your birthday, but like genuinely coming from that place more regularly.
Yeah. Well, one way to do that is have a brain tumor. Because it's really hard not to just be like, oh my goodness, like I'm like just a part of everything.
Yeah.
Like I like the illusion of self-sufficiency. Like even all the years of being like wildly independent and a single mom, like I always knew, but it's so super clear that like none of us is doing anything alone ever. And like that, it's such a huge, I mean, this is all stuff that everybody talks about, but when it hits you, you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
it's just it's so there's no other way to like look at it or feel or be, where you know it's like there it is so clear that like everyone is in this together. And I mean, especially like during coronavirus, where we all have to work together to try to stop giving it to each other.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, like just, and a big shift for me was like receiving and allowing and not being annoyed, because I would get compliments, not compliments, but just kind of like people would be very enthusiastic about a reading or an event I was doing or something, and
like
it never felt, huh?
After your surgery?
Before my surgery, they're like they would be, you know, they would be expressing gratitude and being like really complimentary, but it always felt like nobody understands what I'm doing, like nobody understands this, and the shift post surgery with like just people, their gratitude pouring in, like a lot of people's stories about how a reading or something that they'd experienced with me had impacted them. And there was just this clarity of like, oh, it's not actually about me at all. Like this says none of this is really for me or about me or to me. And like, this is just like, I'm here as like me personally am like, I am the offering of service. So it's not just me, I'm here to offer service. Do you know what I mean? It's like my existence is the service. And like, I don't know, everything just kind of, I mean, I have had moments of just being like a plain old Marcy, like where I'm like sitting in my room and I'm like, if healing my relationship with my mother, like if my life depends on this, I'm not gonna make it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like this is, ooh. You know, I'm a human being. And like I said, there's times it's really scary, and there's times I feel really alone, and like it's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Um, but it's also someone said something perfect the other day. My friend Jeremy Lubman, Lubman, everyone go check him out because he's amazing. But he teaches, I think you'd actually really like him a lot. He teaches a lot of Buddhist meditation.
Again?
His name is Jeremy Lubman. And his thing on Facebook is The Heart Awakening.
Okay.
I met him at Omega like years ago. He was a writing teacher there. And I think he might have taught meditation, but I'm not sure. But during a class that we were in, he said, you can suffer, or you can choose to suffer, or you can choose to learn. And I was like, that's everything. Like,
yeah.
And I mean, he teaches 2, I think at this point, maybe 3. He teaches 2 meditation classes and a qigong class, and they're all really, really good.
Oh, I know Jeremy. Yes.
Huh?
I know Jeremy.
Oh yeah,
he's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, you can choose to suffer, or you can choose to learn. Just like
we had a conversation with our friend Megan the other day, and we were talking about like personal traumas and stuff, and we were saying like when you actually are fully healed from a lot of these traumas, you're actually like, you look back at them like you're grateful for having gone through that, because that, you know, makes you a stronger, faster, smarter person in who you are today, you know.
And it's also like, if they didn't, you know, in the tower, trauma shows up. I mean, in the the tower is sort of the trauma emerging card. And I think with where like we as a society are at understanding trauma, the understanding, I had this like kind of insight about the tower card, and I was like, I don't think this is an okay insight, but it was basically that like trauma isn't bad. And that we like, it's part of our experience, and that it was almost like trauma is not real. Right. And I was like, I don't think I can ever, like, I don't know if I can say that, you know, like we've all experienced trauma. But the sort of insight was, we have these experiences that bring us to an awareness of unhealed places within us. Like that's actually what's happening. Yeah. Yeah. You know, it's a nonlinear. We're not being harmed. Our harm is being revealed, or our, you know, our damage or our hurt or whatever it is. And the tower generally, like the typical, like, kind of archetype is, there's a structure, like a human created structure. There's a God created lightning bolt. The structure is falling apart, and there's a man and a woman, or a masculine and feminine, or a yin and a yang, like that are separate and fallen out of it. And like, it's just, I like the idea, I like to remember that it's just common for us to forget ourselves. You know, like when I think of a yin and yang, like, you know, we're supposed to be like this, like internally, we have our doing part and our being part. And like, that's how they rock. And every now and then they get kind of into like a jam, and you need something to blast them apart so they can find themselves and like, you know, do their thing. Yeah. I forgot where we started with that one, but.
Well, you brought up the tarot, which I'm glad you brought up the tarot. Is there any way that you'd be willing to do like a reading now?
I love doing readings. Sure. Do you have a question? And you know, it's so funny, like, you know, you're talking to a tarot reader, like, I was not planning. I mean, nobody knows this. We hadn't talked about this. I wasn't planning.
Look what I have here.
I happen to have a card deck right here.
Yeah. It's like those cooking shows, and then they just pull the cake out of the oven all perfect.
Exactly. But for real, like, this is my house. Like, I counted once, and I think I was in the 80s with like how many decks I had around.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things too, where like, once people know you're a tarot person, anytime they come across a tarot deck, you get it. And it's like they're a nice present for me. And then the other thing is that I got a wholesale license. So I get to buy them to sell them, and then whatever doesn't sell, I get to keep.
What is it? Wait, like, of your own decks, or like you're selling other people's tarot right now?
Just like kind of commercial, commercially published decks.
And that's available on your website?
No, that was going to be for the lily pad.
Oh, okay. Okay. Sweet. That's cool. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And my deck is
You're not supposed to buy yourself a tarot deck, and you're supposed to be given one.
They do say that.
Uh-huh.
And that there's a little bit of gatekeeping there. Like that's a little bit of this idea that only people like in a particular lineage would be able to read tarot cards. All you really need is like the ability to look at cards and like have an intellect, which is a significant couple things to need to have. I don't want to like downplay that.
It's so hard to find good help these days.
But yeah, the myth that because what would happen is people would end up stealing them. Like the interpretation around you shouldn't buy your own deck would be people stealing them, and you shouldn't steal anything, but particularly don't steal a tarot deck. Like don't.
I'm not saying steal. I'm just saying like if you purchase.
Oh, no, I'm just saying that people. Yeah. That's what it like kind of turned into over time. Let's see. The other problem with being given it, sometimes that can be the most amazing, magical, glorious thing. Like I just keep getting this picture of like someone's mystical aunt gifting their mystical niece with this beautiful deck, which is probably what I'll do now that you talk about it. Like I'll probably end up being the person that gifts my niece her tarot deck. But the problem with that is that there are so many tarot decks on the market, and we all have such different tastes, that I would much rather someone go, ooh, I like this. Like this speaks to me. Like not the other day, but a little while, within the last year, whatever, I gave Adrian his own deck. And like I said, I have this wholesale account, so I had a lot of decks available. And it was so cool to just watch him. And it was like he was like, this is the one I want. Like this is the deck. And there is something really nice about that, and there's something very real about that. My first deck was a weird deck that I got rid of, and then was like, I'm just going to get another one of these for kind of posterity. But I never really learned to read with it. It was the like tarot of weirdness, or I don't know what it was called, but it just wasn't a great deck. It didn't have it wasn't super easy to read with. I still I don't necessarily tell the cards apart, like without having to read them. The art is not super clear. But my real first deck is usually around, not right now. But he's being like really cute back there.
I know. Are you sure that's Quincy? Or is it I'm just messing with you. Maybe
no, but actually Quincy and Harry, I have another orange cat. But he's darker, and they don't look identical, but I mix them up all the time because of my Yeah, you're really here, right, Quincy? One of the craziest, by the way, my friend called them hallucinations. I don't like to think of myself as having hallucinations, but there was a little while where Freddy Krueger was playing a drum kit. Just
whoa.
Yeah, like why? I mean, I feel lucky that I am someone, number one, that could literally, you could hand me anything and I can interpret it. And because of that, I've spent maybe the last 5 years just being like, I'm not interpreting shit. Like, I'm not going to do that anymore. Yeah. And so then Freddy Krueger can just, like, if he needs to play the drums, then he can. But we don't need to talk about it. You know what I mean? Anyway, where was I?
You've always had like a little bit of a dark edge to you. Like, it's just as far as I've known you. Like, there's always been like, there's a relationship with your shadow. And not to, like, everybody has a shadow, but a lot of people, like, especially around Omega, they really hang with the light part of themselves, or they display that. Whereas, like, I don't know, I felt like you had a relationship with it, and I try to be honest with mine, but it's still, I mean, sometimes it dominates me and I want to get more out into the light, you know?
Yeah. Well, I feel like number one, I call myself a shadow empath, which is that basically, and I don't know if this is true anymore, and I made it up, so whatever. But that, like, it always felt to me that I would experience these sort of leftover, ignored or pushed away feelings of groups. So, like, when I would be at Omega and everybody's like love and light and da, 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 like, I would kind of helplessly just like be like, well, that's what's going, like, you know what I mean? Like, that thing that you're talking about was sort of the unmanifest part of Omega, or the Omega community. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was really nice because it set me apart. But other times I've experienced it, like my first day of yoga class, I had been only excited, like just really looking forward to my yoga teacher training. And I got there and I felt uncharacteristically like nervous, bored, annoyed, and like the last place I wanted to be was there. And like, fortunately, I've just been kind of exploring, because so much of my life has always felt like things that are just happening to and through me. I've never felt particularly like as though I'm generating the feelings I'm experiencing. Like, it's just never felt that way.
Yeah.
It's always been kind of like blooms of just being an open channel to whatever else is going on. And I would say that's another really beautiful blessing of this experience, is I'm super having a Marcy time, now. But yeah, so like I go to my class, and I like the ways that I finally learned to identify, like, oh, that's what's happening, is I would like be outside the door and feel one way. I'm only excited. I can't wait. I'm super like ready to have a good time. And I get in, I walk in the door, and I just want to walk right back out. I'm not happy to be there. And it's not that any other person doesn't want to be there. It's that every person has taken their 97% want to be there, clung to that, and sent their 3%, I'm scared, I'm nervous, I'm socially anxious, I'm afraid, whatever. And my system has picked that up.
Right.
I've gotten better with it over the years, and I don't do it so much. And I just kind of try to stay Marcy more.
Yeah.
Kind of Marcy, not Marcy,
Right.
But yeah, so at Omega, like, that would happen a lot. Like, I mean, I was an asshole at Omega, like, quite a bit. Do you know what I mean? Because I just didn't. But I was also there. I was there for 13 years. I ignored little signs that it was time to leave for the like last 3 years, maybe, that I was there. But Omega was also the very, very, very first place that I realized it was okay to be nice to people. I had never had that experience in my life. Like, I was always just tough. And I mean, I don't know how tough I look. Like, it's so funny when I describe myself as tough. I don't know. Maybe the bald head helps.
No, it didn't matter. It doesn't matter what your hair looks like. You're still hard as nails, tough as nails. I mean,
but yeah, like, I was.
You were like, you're one of the true masters at Omega. Like, there's no question about it that people go to your classes regularly, or the tarot that you would do in the cafe regularly. I mean, I consider you kind of up there with, like, there's the Glenn Blacks, tarot's kind of got the Marcy thing. We've had several different people like Joanne in the Art Hut, Ben Shikowitz, just absolute masters, that there's no question that it's just like, it's lucky to get to, be present with those people, like, because you've turned so many people on to tarot. Even Megan the other day was like, the first person that really blew my mind, and this speaks to me too, with tarot, was you. And like, to me, before I saw you and how you worked with it, tarot was like something that like I flipped through like on a channel, and there was like some like, woman, like late night TV being like, oh, like taking calls and like reading cards. And like, that's what I thought tarot was, And then running into you, and then I was just like, oh, wow, this is like, whole nother level. And you kind of saying things that's like, you get that feeling like the guru's talking. Like, it's like, how the fuck do you know this? You know, just
And
from
that
looking
was
at
always the thing, is I don't, and I didn't. And like, it was an odd thing because, and someone the other day, I think, you know, I said earlier, someone got a reading and said, Marcy Currier has received an upgrade. And one of the things that she said is like, in your readings now, there's a whole lot less you. Because one of my kind of skills as just a regular human is to sort of parse and micromanage and deliver information according to the person that's getting it. Like when I would do group readings, a big thing that I would do is like kind of feel out, are they receiving it, are they not? And like kind of like I could like feel the message that wanted to come through. And then I would do a lot of work to like get it to land where I wanted it to land and where it wanted to land, but it was a lot of me in it. And one of the big shifts, and there really was this kind of channeling element to it. It's neat for me because I started tarot before I ever heard of Omega. But I'd only been doing it for like 3 or 4 years before I went to Omega. And then, you know how like Omega really is this like accelerator, and the readings just took on this entirely new dimension when I would read there. Like I'm like, oh, I'm doing energy work, and oh, I'm doing like shamanic healing, and oh, like I would have that experience where I had no idea what was about to come out of my mouth, and I would say it like it, you know, it would just, and then I'd go like, what was that? And one thing I've thought about a lot is how much I've learned, especially now, like this useful skills and tools and information that I have available to me from doing readings for people. You know, some of my biggest breakthroughs have come from doing a reading for someone else, you know? The biggest breakthroughs are probably something that Adrian has just said, like really simply. He's just kind of like, he has this thing where he had to be a teenager. He like created this kind of binary. Have I ever talked about this one with you? Where basically in life, there's your business and there's not your business. And if something is not your business, it's not your business. And if it is your business, you need to handle that shit. Simple as that. And like, it doesn't solve every problem of everything everywhere. But if something's bothering you and you just go, wait, is this my business? You get to decide, like, and it's not even decide, like, it's not like a subjective thing where you just decide something's not your business. Like, things are either your business or they're not. And like, it's not up to you. And there's something really cool about that. I find it like really liberating. You know? And then I just love the simplicity, because once you know, all right, we'll let them handle their business. Get out of their business. Don't worry about it. It's not your business. And then, like, if it is your business, get on it. Take care of it. And so there's that. Like, and a lot of times, like, I'll just kind of, if he says something like that, I'll like grill into him a little bit, and just it becomes a thing. And it, like, I teach my clients like these little rubrics.
Well, I'm working on that actually, like on a personal level, like actually recognizing like myself being angry, and like that's something that like I've heard from my family and like certain friends of mine that are close, are like, yeah, occasionally you can get kind of angry, and I'm always like, no, I don't, you know, like, not me. But now it's person. Yeah. Like, but trying to actually catch that moment where I'm feeling like fearful, anxious, insecure, or reactive, you know? And it's like, that's another good tool to like hit the pause button. Does this actually, you know, require my attention other than to just let it go right now? You know, and just coming back to that faster and faster.
Yeah. Well, I've always loved, like, rubrics have always worked really well for me, because my, like, unless something is such like a super clear, undeniable intuition, it, like, there's either that, like, this is the one way and it has to happen right now, you know, like, there's that one, or it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. Like, so rubrics have always been really great for me, just to kind of like And I think it all comes from like, I need them when I don't listen to my heart. Like my heart tells me exactly what to do or not do.
Yeah.
Another real quick. I'm going to say hi to Lily.
Ow.
She needs hugs every now and then.
Cats everywhere.
Just 3. What was I saying? Sorry, I got distracted by my baby. Oh, so like another rubric is just the whole, is it true? Is it kind? Does it improve upon the silence? I forgot who said that, but like just having that, like you don't have to say something every single time.
Right.
Like, is it true? Start there. If it's not, shut up. Don't say it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the other thing that I always think about when I think about Omega, when I think about like meditating, because probably one of the like you have to be able to meditate, I think, to be able to do anything else functionally. Like there would be times where I would just be like pushing through for weeks doing readings, and I could do them, and I think that they were great readings, but like there was always a point where I was like, Marcy, you need to clear, like you can't keep pretending like you're clear when you're not. Because I could move over into like mystic oracle space and just kind of push aside everything else, but that's not the same as like actually like being in a place where my thoughts are not taking over,
Yeah.
And I think probably ultimately it was just more disorienting or more fragmenting to like, because you meet those people and like they switch from like one mode to another disconcertingly fast.
Yeah.
And like for me, I've always been like, is that person like a hypocrite? Like, because like I'm sure people would see me yelling at someone in the parking lot, and it was never like without merit or without warrant. Like I was never just that's not true. I was gonna say I was never just like bitchy. But like in general, it was usually there was like some thing.
Yeah.
And then I would go and like be like channeling divine messages from people's high selves or whatever. I've never liked that. I don't like when other people do it. I don't want to be a person that makes people be like, yeah, Marcy's like amazing, but she's really a bitch. Like I would never want that.
Yeah.
And there's a difference between the person who's like says that or the person who just didn't like that they didn't like their message.
Right.
That's a different thing entirely that I'm not particularly concerned about.
Yeah.
But I'm also learning a lot about how the delivery of a message makes a difference. Like I really didn't think that before. I thought it was like, this is the message, and what I care about is the crystalline perfect shape of that message getting where it needs to go. Do you know what I mean? And then what I've been really working with is that the delivery does matter. Like if you have a box that's coming to you from FedEx or something, they can like throw it through your window and the box is still perfectly exactly how it's meant to be, and you get the gift and all of that. But now you have this whole other thing to deal with.
Right.
And then like the extra little step of like, if the FedEx guy comes and knocks on your door and says, hey, Merry Christmas, I just wanted to make sure this didn't get wet.
Yeah.
Like that's really nice. And it doesn't take away from the present. Like it doesn't take away from the gift, And I think I used to feel like I never thought of it as sugarcoating, but I guess I did. Yeah. I used to feel like any sort of making it nice was me doing something unnecessary, or like, I don't know, it didn't feel good. But I had I've had so many kind of, like, I guess I would say symbolic experiences through my whole process. And one of them was during the surgery, they tried to put like a second kind of IV. I can't remember what it was. It's not an IV, it's something else, but another PICC line. And they missed my vein and like my whole arm from here to here turned black.
Oh, wow.
Like, and it was of everything, like seriously, of everything, it hurt the most. Like
Yeah.
I had brain surgery.
Yeah.
And my arm was the thing that I was like, I think I need to take a med for this. Like it was so intense. And it would just like sit there kind of aching. And that could have been avoided if someone had taken the time to put pressure on it.
Mm.
Like if they had just like been kind of present enough or cognizant enough or whatever enough to just like lean on it really hard, I wouldn't have had that. And like it really hurt bad and it didn't feel good. And it was kind of worrisome. It was, you don't want to look down at your arm and it's just bruised from wrist to elbow.
Yeah.
And it hurt. It would ache if I sat there. It hurt if I touched it. Like it was really painful. And like I'm glad it happened. It gave me a lot of insight. Like I realized that like a lot of pain doesn't need to be fixed. It just needs to be acknowledged. It doesn't need and that we're, because of our patriarchal culture, we're like really quick to try to jump in and fix things or something, jump in and change things or do and make things happen. So I'm glad I had that experience. I'm not like opposed to it. But it helped me realize that like the little things really do matter. And it doesn't, again, it's not going to make worse brain surgery if they took the time to make my arm not turn black and blue.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I have to get some water. Do you mind, or do you want to wrap up?
No. Let's get some water, and I'll just talk to myself here for a second.
Yeah.
What is up, people of the internet? Wishing you a happy holiday weekend, and thanks for checking out the show. Marcy's the bomb, and we're looking forward to getting a tarot reading here. We'll see what I come up with. I'm seeing if anybody's on live right now. If we get any questions or inquiries in the comments. It's been an epic episode getting the full backstory of Marcy's surgery, and we're going to put a link in the description here for anybody that wants to donate to Marcy and her family to support her recovery and her work as an artist, as well as her work as a healer and tarot reader. So please donate below to the link in the comment section. We love you guys. You make all of this possible and keep inspiring one another to be ourselves and make art.
I'm back.
This is also the first episode I've done by myself. I've always had Aaron with, but he's out of town for the holiday.
This is really fun. I only when I'm like with, because I'm so used to just kind of being independent and doing my thing, but when I'm with my friends or other people, I see other people's faces, I realize how fucking lonely I am. I mean, Adrian's amazing and my mom is awesome, and like I hear from people a lot.
Yeah. We just did this event, I think it was 2 nights ago. It was on the 22nd, and it was like our friends at Kink Ed in Austin, Texas put it on. And we were just talking about like the lack of touch in 2020 and like how the lack of just engagement, and whether that means like hugging your friends or like meeting new people to go on dates with, whatever that is, like that lacking has affected us emotionally and on all these different levels. And COVID's really had an impact on so many different levels. Like the lack of touch that we've had, or that we're encouraged to stop touching each other, is, I mean, we're pack beings, like that we're meant to be touched. Like,
yeah. And what I saw like right away is one thing I think that's really interesting is they teach that your auric field is 6 feet. Like it spreads 6 feet out. And so I like, I mean, I think that this is very challenging for us as human beings. And I also see where it's such good practice. Like, we have to read each other's faces with, like, via eyes, right? Because we have masks on. So like the act of like faking something just isn't possible in the same way. You know, when we're out there, like we just have to like really pay
Yeah.
attention and really communicate. And then like we're really becoming more self-contained, which feels like difficult and painful but necessary.
Yeah.
Like just in terms of like our evolution as a species, as our okayness. Like, you know, we need to be like, it's an interesting thing because I spent the whole time being like, we're not self-sufficient, but we also are here as separate individuals. And like when, I mean, because I'm so sensitive, like people are so, ooh, I hit my cat. People are so used to kind of like blending, you know what I mean? Like most people are not aware of their subtle energetic anatomy.
Right.
Or what they're doing with it. It's like having like 6 extra hands and like people are just going around touching each other's hair and so, you know what I mean? Like they don't pay attention. And so there's something nice. I don't like the fact that it's all, not all, but so much is like fear-based. People are pulled in like that. But there is something nice about people are so mindful of where other people are in space, which is not, even at Omega, like that wouldn't happen so much. But the other day I was coming out of the hospital, I'd had a blood test, and I was just walking to my mom's car, and this man was like 6 feet, 6 feet, 6 feet. Yeah. And it was not super pleasant, like the way he asked me to maintain my space. But like people are paying attention.
It's a good reminder. You know, just be aware, because you do not want to be the person that spreads it to the person that can't handle it.
No.
That's the whole point of the stay home order and the quarantine. It's like, it's not the people that can handle it sick. It's, you don't want to pass it to the person that can't handle it. And I mean, like I still go out and go shopping, and you know, I mean, I even try to sometimes do Instacart or like have things delivered and stuff. But I can't afford to do that every single time.
Right.
So I still go out, but I still need the reminders too. Like it's nice to have friends that are like, well, we're high sensitive this weekend because X, Y, and Z, and it's nice to have that reminder for me.
And it reminds me of like the old days at Omega, where like when I first started, and I'm sure you remember it too, like if I complained about someone, I would expect you to hear me out, but then you'd go, well, do you think that like maybe that's because with you?
Yeah.
Like that used to be, it was sort of the standard and the expectation that like that your job was to kind of reflect back to me my blind spots, you know, and the things that I was missing. And it feels sometimes it's just a little bit more awareness. I mean, and now I think people are getting burnt out, and they're like, that's not so much the case. But like, yeah, when it first started happening, I was in this kind of like, you know, kind of mystically open space. And I'm like, oh my God, the planet is getting an upgrade. Like we're up leveling. And I really don't want to sound insensitive, because I'm not, to the fact that it's been a very deadly upgrade, you know, but there's I don't remember the like exact dates and stuff, but there's the whole thing where like every pandemic has been followed by like the Renaissance came after a pandemic.
Well, it's darkest before the dawn, you know. I mean, it's like this is I really subscribe to that. Like we're really about to start climbing out of this, and if like I don't know, I was curious about the reading. Can you do a reading that's like, but like not so specific to me? Like, can we do a reading that's like more general about, because we just had like with the astrological shift with Jupiter and Saturn coming into conjunction, like there's so much happening. I've certainly felt it. Like the last night's actually been the first night that I could like sleep well after the solstice, and like it's really been like, wow, you know. And I consider myself somebody that's pretty sensitive to things like that.
Yeah, it's really neat to hear that, just because you know, my world is weird and I'm alone a lot, and like to just remember like, oh yeah, other people have this, like other people, because I also feel like over the last few years, a lot of my more sensitive friends have just kind of just worked on being less sensitive, you know, where it's just kind of like, I'm not going to sit here talking about how the planets are impacting me. I'm going to go do, you know, work this job or do whatever, like, which also feels like a part of the process. I think we're becoming more like invested in this reality.
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
I was getting alerts on my phone. I was like, what's going on? But
what is happening out there on phone land? What do you think would be like the most helpful question we could ask? Like what is it?
Frame it.
What is this transformation, or what is it that people know, or what's going on? Like what?
I can only really speak from my experience, but like I can say that I've been aware that there's a big cosmic shift going on. But then on a personal level, like I feel like I should be excited about it, yet it's been really difficult. Like not to say that I haven't had little moments or spurts of inspiration within it, but I have felt myself, like you said, kind of like, okay, demons are home. Like, you know, like not my best self, showing up dead of winter feeling. Like maybe other people are associating with that right now too.
Yeah, and it's been really important for me to remember, like, Marcy, you're a sensitive person. The world is in chaos. Very, very many people are having like experiences they don't know what to do with. There are major planetary shifts going on.
Right.
There's a global pandemic, which is like so sci-fi. And then there's a quarantine that has hit. Where are we? When did we start quarantining? Like March?
Yep.
So March, April, May,
yeah.
July, August, September, October. Like, yeah, I'm not going to count the months, but like, just remembering that, like, nothing's been normal for a really long time. Most people need like a Monday through Friday, blow off steam on the weekend. You know what I mean? Like, just remembering, like, yeah, things do feel kind of fucked. That's just how they feel. Doesn't mean they are. The thing that the sort of teaching that helps me the most when I start to feel like overwhelmed or nervous or whatever is Abraham Hicks, the law of attraction. They call this contrast. Like when things start to feel bad, it's because the good things are coming. I mean, they don't use such simplistic, dualistic language, but essentially that, like when things start to feel like they're falling apart, it's because you're ready to, and then I don't think anybody says level up. I got to stop that.
Your realities fall apart.
Yeah.
So it starts to take shape.
Yeah. Because like everything that you've been comfortable with, like, is less than what's available to you. So what you're comfortable with and what you're used to falls apart so that you can like go to the next grade or whatever. And that helps me a lot. Like just like thinking of,
I gotta just stop being such a big baby about that.
I think it's good to be gentle with ourselves about that because it's fucking hard.
Yeah.
But I really like the word contrast, and I really like that concept because then it's not, oh my God, my life is falling apart. It's, oh, I have the, I'm having this experience where like, what the one thing that they say a lot is like a lot of contrast means like a lot of upgrading. And that really, because I'm like, this is a lot of fucking contrast.
Yeah.
Like, what's next? Like, what's happening? But basically, the way that I might have said it in a different point in my life is when your old self does not want to continue and your new self is emerging. You know, I mean, it's like a butterfly. It's like, you know, do you know this? I mean, I never know if this is one of those things that everybody knows and I just like was late to the game, or that no one really knows. And then you have to dig to learn it. But like in terms of a metamorphosis, when a butterfly or when a caterpillar is turning into a butterfly, I had always kind of had this like little kid idea that the caterpillar would like wrap itself up in a cocoon and then grow wings and then go live its life. What really actually happens is the caterpillar is chilling and then it molts its skin, and it molts its skin, and it molts its skin. And then at some point it molts, but instead of being like a moving, grooving, I'm out here caterpillar, it's like a little hard rock or like a little seed pod. And that's the chrysalis. So sometimes that happens on the ground. Sometimes they'll like station themselves up and their skin will slide off and now they're a chrysalis.
Right.
That's like the most common.
Yeah.
And then inside that chrysalis, they completely break down. Like nothing, and actually even genetically, like if you test a caterpillar to a butterfly, the DNA is different. Like it fully breaks down. They call it they call it imaginal goo. Imaginal goop, either one. I'm not sure. You can look it up if you care that much. We were like really getting into it, I'm sorry. But anyway, it turns into this goop. And then the butterfly, like it starts from nowhere. This is good to remember. At first, like a butterfly, so there's caterpillar cells, they turn into like liquid. They're sitting inside the like former shell of the caterpillar. The butterfly cells emerge. The caterpillar cells are like, no. You can't be here. We're a caterpillar. And that goes on for a long time. They like, it's I always think of it as like autoimmune. Like it feels really similar to autoimmune disorder.
Yeah.
Because the new cells just keep getting attacked by the old cells but the new cells just keep generating and they outnumber the old cells and then it's too late, it's a butterfly. I never knew that. Like that was not, I mean, I knew it now, obviously. But like I said, I thought that it was just sort of like, I'm growing my wings. I'm cool.
Right.
I have completely disintegrated into nothingness and I'm now regenerating fully. Like, that's crazy.
I love like the cluelessness of the caterpillar too. They're just one day they're just doing caterpillar things, and then the next day they're just, oh, this other thing that I never saw coming starts to, take shape.
Yeah, when I came to Omega, one of the reasons I came to Omega was I had an idea for a tarot card deck that was based on the metamorphosis of a butterfly. I don't know if you remember that. Yeah, because I was probably working on those back then. And what, like I've always said that the Hanged Man.
I remember you drawing that year, like the year that you were in Alex Gray's workshop with me, and I remember looking at your work, and you're like, "Yeah, I never really introduced myself as an artist," and I just remember thinking, like, I think this is one of the best artists in this class right here, and she like doesn't introduce herself as an artist. That was wild.
I mean, and that was my friend Len, like working on that, like because I mean, I consider myself. By 2009, I had met someone who, the people, and I consider myself one of these people now, where you think of yourself as an artist with an A. Mm-hmm. I mean, obviously a capital A, where it's like who, like Prince or David Bowie, where it's just like,
yeah,
this is how I live my life, know, and art is like, what is art? Like, not intellectual, not too annoying, but just in that place where you're just like, what is this fire that burns in me? And what am I doing with it? And I met someone that kind of thought of art that way. He's a comedian. And he, I just never really encountered that before. Like you're like artist meant a person that like colors on paper, basically. And so it must have been post meeting you for the first time, I like ran into that idea of like, what does it actually mean to be an artist?
There's a corner that you turn for sure.
But what I'm realizing, and I think a big part of the ancestral healing that feels like is happening to me, and it is, like you really know you're going through something when it just is happening to you. You're the caterpillar, and you're just like, yo, what the fuck? Like, what is this? There's no like, I'm out here like when I see a lot of the like the badass, as particularly badass women, like I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do that, and it's like, okay, sweetie. Oh, and this actually circles back around. I was going to talk about meditation really quick. The first time I meditated, I made myself sit in the sanctuary at Omega for like 7 hours, like some insane time.
Yeah.
And I was like, Marcy, you can just fucking sit here. You have nothing you need to do. Just sit down and be quiet. And then my mind would be like, well, what about the cafe? Like, what's going on? This was like 2008, I think. And it was like, no, because I had been getting this like kind of messages, synchronicities. Like I knew, you know, it was just this like, you need to meditate. Like it was coming from everywhere. And I'd never done it or heard, I didn't really know what it was, but I knew I needed to do it. And so the very first time, like that was how I meditated. And that was how I meditated maybe for years, because I think it was actually Jeremy. Like I met Jeremy in, I can't remember if I met him in 07 or 08, but anyway, I remember it so clearly. I was standing in the cafe, and I think something that Jeremy said prompted this. But it was like, instead of you need to sit down and shut up and be quiet and sit here and meditate, this other possibility showed up, which was, hey, does anyone in here just want to be quiet for a few minutes? And the answer, like where before it was like, why are you so mean to me? Like, why do you make me meditate? Why do you make me be quiet? I want to go to the cafe. When I said, is there any part of me that wants to just sit down and be quiet? It was like a chorus and just this resounding like, yes.
Yeah.
Like I've been waiting for you to ask me that for a million years. And then like kind of from that same sort of caterpillar place, like instead of asserting myself as I'm meditating, it was like, well, like this kind of naturally arising thing of, it would feel really good to just be quiet. And it's so much like, try it if you're having any trouble getting yourself to meditate, to you or anybody that's watching. It is so different. I mean, we all know this difference. I'm not talking about anything particularly profound, I don't think, but like that shift where you're doing something because you want to, or because you feel the urge to, than someone making you, you know? And like that was a big one. That like, just feeling that, yes, like feeling that part of me being like, that would be the best thing in the entire world.
Yeah.
I think I met Jeremy, and he was doing a lot of Vipassana, and he's just very into silence. And I was like manically working on my tarot deck and showing it to everybody and talking to everybody and like running around and like just kind of being a lot. And he was the first person ever that I'd ever met that ever said to me, do you think you'd like to be still at some point? Like, or for a while or somewhere, whatever he said, like, and it, like, I felt like I was just like seen to the core of my being first time in my life, because most of the time people will match you, right? Like, so like, if a person is energetic, you just think of that person as I mean, I also didn't know a lot of particularly insightful people. So, you know, people would just see me as like, Marcy has a big personality. Marcy's this like loud, Marcy's aggressive, Marcy's this way.
Well, I have that too. I mean, you do have a big presence. So like people do tend to want to match you because they want to show up for you. And I have that too, where it's like, sometimes people will want to match me or show up for me in a certain way where it's like, hey, I can tell that you're not actually there and it's totally okay. You know, when you start to like build your craft and people start to have respect for you, sometimes they're actually there's so much intimidation that they're like, it's hard for them to be themselves around you.
Yeah. And I also know, however this works, an experience I've had a lot is that like I sort of invite and bring out the shadow of people. And so like they'll just be sort of suddenly behaving in ways that I know are not how they want to behave, not how they typically behave, not like they might themselves not know why they're behaving that way.
Mm-hmm.
And I can feel like it took me a while to get there. But I can start to feel it, where it's just like, oh no, this poor person, because they're like yelling at me, or they're being like very, very, very difficult. Like the other day, I was trying to have a therapy session. I had like a new therapist on the phone, and she hung up on me.
Oh wow.
But like, there's this way where I'm aware that it is. I mean, it's them. You know, I'm not taking sort of like credit or responsibility for being them, but I'm very aware that I'm the trigger, or like the energetic space around me, or whatever it is. Like I don't want to take credit for it, but you get what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
And it's just like, oh, this person would never do this, and
right.
like and so it really forced me to not take things personally, and to almost like to feel like a sense of compassion for them.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh honey, like this is not your fault.
Yeah.
Don't even, because like they'd say racist things. It was just like, I don't know, just watching things kind of like spew out of the person's mouth and just being like, oh sweetie, like I get it. And I used to feel bad about it, and then I realized like, oh no, this is just like a hidden shadow aspect that needed to get out. Like it, there's like kind of something in, I guess we could call it like something in my shadow that magnetizes their shadow, or something like that.
Uh-huh.
Or like people, they'll just have like weird moments that normally happen inside of them.
Right. Yeah.
That express themselves and manifest themselves. And it's forced me to become a more compassionate person, because I can't just get upset when I don't like how someone's acting toward me, because there's this very, very clear sense that this is my fault. Like there's never a victim feeling, but like I'm doing this. Like I'm a part of this. I think that's like the most gentle way to say it. It's like I'm a co-collaborator in this experience that we're having right now. So, yeah. But yeah, it was the having someone kind of do that to me, like to have someone watch me be like manic and chatty, and then say, would you like to take a rest? It just felt like the craziest thing that had ever happened.
Right. Yeah.
I couldn't believe someone knew that deep secret about me.
Yeah.
And like nowadays, I think it would just, if I saw someone else and was like, hey, do you need a break? Like, it just seems like a very obvious thing when a person is so fully in a direction. You're like, you want to balance that,
Mm-hmm.
So, not to take away anything from Jeremy's insight, but it was just kind of like, oh, this is not like that deep. Like this is pretty.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, we're going to do a reading.
Yeah. To do like a collective question, or do like a
we could do okay, if this works for you, we'll do a collective question, which I think is just like, what do we need to know right now?
Yeah.
Like, what's the thing? Like, just because I think it's possible to ask a question that is there something that we can know that is going to provide us all with solace that we need, with the like insight that we need, and with the guidance that we need? I think that's possible. That like if there's just like a core understanding, any one of us can like hop on and identify with it, and it will be helpful.
Yeah. Yeah.
I had another thought. We'll see if that comes back.
Yeah.
So just kind of like, what do we need to know right now?
Yeah.
Like what is it that is going to be most helpful to us in this moment? Oh, I know what. And then I think I'm going to start a YouTube series.
Yeah.
And so I will do a little example of what might be on that series, and I'd love to hear if people want this.
Absolutely.
Okay. So first of all, just what is the thing that we can know that might be helpful, that might sort us out? Let's see. Okay. All right. Well, okay then. it's really interesting because we're getting a lot of cards that just have to do with life on Earth. You know, the Ten of Pentacles is the kind of like, what is happening? What's going on? What do we need to know? And the Ten of Pentacles is traditionally about kind of work and business, but it really has to do with the kind of pinnacle of material achievement. And it's like, we are in the midst of like really being able to be here physically present on the planet. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so within that, we might be seeing, like, just based on the cards, or based on this card, in that we might be seeing ancestral healing. And in that, like, the emergence of ancestral wounding. So we're really looking at, how did this country start? How do we treat each other in the world? How, like, where did this land come from? And it feels, this is not the traditional meaning of the card, but there really does feel like there's this reckoning. Like, whatever materials you build your house with are in that house.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, it makes me think of like asbestos, you know, like once we found out about asbestos, we had to clean it. We had to get rid of it. We can't build with it anymore.
Yeah,
and we didn't know it was toxic. Like, no one was intentionally trying to, I would say that probably like racial and ancestral wounding is a little bit different than that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's this kind of, it's possible.
We're definitely seeing a flawed system come to surface in many ways in our country.
Yeah.
With George Floyd, all of the things with the dollar, and I mean, it's obvious, like, change is afoot. I mean, there's no doubt.
But what I really like about this is the Ten of Pentacles. Look at it. It's like there's a
sweet.
What?
Sorry, I'm just curious what deck we're reading from.
This is from the Morgan Greer Tarot. This deck was created in, I think it's 1978.
Oh, cool.
I can't remember. But it's Morgan Greer. I really like this deck. It's a little, one thing that's so hard for me, 1979, and then it was reprinted in 2004. But one thing that's so hard for me, like, I don't know if we've mentioned this, but like, I'm the mother of a biracial kid and just have grown up in a really ethnically and culturally diverse world. And one of the most difficult parts of being a tarot card reader is so many decks just feature white people, or or they feature animals, you know, like there's that, or they feature, because most deck publishers are white, you know, and so they feature, like, if they have a cultural thing, it's like a cultural thing. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, it's not just like, oh, there are many different people that look many different ways and let's just put them in. There's a few decks like that. But anyway, this deck does a slightly better job, I think, of making people look kind of brown. But it's nice because it's also not exploitative. It's not like, I don't know, just trying to like soak up all the wisdom and steal it or something.
Yeah.
I mean, and it makes sense. Like, tarot is of a European tradition, so like there's a sensibility to it. But anyway, I think I can work with this deck.
I think it's cool that you bring that up, because it's worth noting, and like just bringing that up to the surface is like starts to push it forward. Like, okay, like start integrating just more inclusive decks with more representation of like what it's like to be around right now, because maybe way back when that was what it looked like, but it doesn't look like that anymore.
Right. And like the way that I read a lot of times is like, oh my God, look at this card, and I let the person identify with it. And I've had kind of just too many instances of being like, this person looks nothing like the person on the card. And you don't have to look like the person, but just, there are just, I don't know, it can really take you out of the reading. But anyway, what I love about this is, like, wouldn't you feel like the way things have been, we'd almost expect to see this, everything's falling apart. And instead we get this kind of reassuring thing. One, it makes me think that the stimulus bill might get like passed and might be better than we're expecting.
Yeah.
The 10 of Pentacles is pretty much always an auspicious card about like completion, money. It can be it's a real estate card. Some people call it the castle card. So it's telling us that like all the aspects of our material reality are like coming into play right now. And the challenge we face, the Two of Swords, is anywhere that it's interesting, yeah, because we've got this kind of like physical oneness going on. Like we're all, that was one thing that struck me about the coronavirus. Like there was a sort of moment in history where every single person was kind of thinking about the same thing. When has that ever happened?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Like, and there is this, I mean, it's not, it's like as time is going by, people are getting more on their own thing. But there's like just more, trying to find the like exact right way I want to say it. Like we all, like there was a kind of a moment where we all had the same problem and the same like kind of orientation for what we needed to do to resolve it, you know? And again, that's just not, it just felt like there was this like, and that's not something that's super common in our world. The challenge card, so the Two of Swords reverse. If we can't, or the big challenge is just not being able to wrap our heads around this. Like there's just trying to like make sense of it and not being able to, and then just like tapping out. You know what I mean? Like all of that.
Yeah.
But the outcome is the Five of Swords reverse, which is sort of the realization that we kind of need each other and that we're interdependent and we're connected. And again, it makes me think of like, I've not thought this before till now, which is one of the things I love about doing readings like this. So thanks. Is like the whole like asbestos analogy. Because there's just a point where you just can't use that. Like it doesn't really matter if you, because I'm sure there was a period of time where you knew you weren't supposed to use it, but if you could like get around it, you would, you know what I mean? Like just in all like the way shady business deals work. And like this is, it's where we realize like, if it's in the building, it needs to come out. And that's just the bottom line. Do you know what I mean? Like it's, with the Five of Swords reverse as the outcome, it's like, we can stop fighting. We're not getting anywhere with fighting. And we're not getting anywhere with pretending to get along. So we have to just all kind of see like that we're in it together and do our thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And that's the advice card. It's interesting. I really wouldn't have expected these. I don't think anything's not spiritual, but like in terms of like what someone might consider spiritual or not, these are like very non-spiritual cards. Okay. This is like what's happening in the world right now is it's kind of building to a place that like that it can sustain. The biggest challenge is just when we get in our own head and we can't make sense of anything. The outcome is kind of less. The Five of Swords has this intensity of like, I will fight for what's mine. Like, you know, it's in its gentlest sense, it's about setting really good boundaries. And like as an upright card. So this is about like just not having to like push or deny or fight or like, there's just this, it's not talking about it just yet, but it's like the step that comes before you realize you can be more gentle.
Yeah. Like
this is not a card about gentleness, but like once the defensiveness goes away, there's something else available. Yeah. And then, the King of Pentacles as advice. First of all, I have to say, this does feel like it can totally be read as a reading for you. Just if you like, if like these cards are repeating everything that we talked about in the first 10 minutes of this podcast. I want you to like.
Right. Yeah. I said it's not a podcast. I'm offended again.
Oh, it's not a podcast. What is it?
It's an online kick it. You're on Pirate Utopia. You boarded the pirate ship.
I boarded and I'm doing an online kick it. That's better than a podcast. I would be offended if someone called it a podcast too.
Podcast is so 29.
No one better call that a podcast.
Nobody better.
But yeah, so the King of Pentacles as the advice is like, it's kind of like, it's like, think like a businessman. It's be a planetary human. It's deal with the material world, you know, and that's what this is all called. It's like, even if you just think in terms of there is a physical illness that everybody's having to deal with, and we have to deal with it through material means like wearing masks or staying away from each other or not traveling. You know what I mean? Like there's a very concrete thing happening, and we need to like meet that concretely. It's not about ideology or like finding the right philosophy. It's just, that's not what we're doing. And then if we do just an overall card for, okay, like how to take that reading and what to do with it, we get the Three of Swords reversed, which is just, it's time to deal with pain, disillusionment, like our bullshit, basically. And like, yes, that's uncomfortable, but it makes me think of the way that my personal opinion is that like Donald Trump was a terrible president. And I feel very clear that we kind of needed his presidency to get to where we are or to get to where we're going. Like there was a really significant, and again, I never want what I'm saying to like downplay people's pain or difficulty or white supremacy or, you know, like that's not my intent at all. It's when I look at things as they've happened, whether or not they should or shouldn't happen is not my business and is not something that I'm interested in. But the fact that they did happen, and how does it make sense in terms of the bigger picture that I'm seeing or being shown, like that's what I'll spend time with. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, because it feels very clear. You know, we could have had a Hillary, and we could have had a superficial, the glass ceiling is broken. We could have had a very masculine or kind of tied to white supremacy, patriarchal figurehead, and then felt great about it. You know, we could have done all of those things. Or we could have what we have right now, which is a real reckoning of kind of where everybody actually is at. So we're dealing with things on the ground, you know, the 10 of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles, just like we need to become masters of this planet. It really does feel to me, just me personally speaking, I feel like we narrowly escaped being like Earth experiment's over. Like as a collective. It feels like all of us were like, hey, are you in or are you out? Like, do you want this? And like that's been my personal experience, and it feels like there's a collective version of that experience happening as well. Does that sound right to you? What do you think?
That was there was some things in there I didn't really want to hear, but I think they're really true. You know, like I feel like there is this time and space for a lot of us, and you basically have this opportunity to work through your stuff or not. And like as we move into our next phase collectively, like there's going to be less and less room for our bullshit. So it's like, if you want to fall in line, like you got to start, you know, whatever your thing is, you know, whether it's like you eat too many Doritos or you smoke cigarettes or whatever, like you have to start making those steps if you want to keep on this ride. Like our planet gave us this time and space to do it. You know, it's like it's letting us stay home for a little bit. It's letting us look at ourselves in the mirror and say like, hey, who is that person? Can I sit with that person 24 hours a day and be okay with that?
Yeah, and it really forced us to get one, like into the relative space of like if this is just bad, then there's no room to be like every step of the way of my journey for the last 6 months, 8 months, whatever the hell it's been, has been completely blessed by everything that's come to play out from coronavirus. Like, literally just every moment. It would have been worse were coronavirus not happening. Like, and it's crazy to me.
That's funny that you say that.
Yeah.
That you say it that way. Like, to find gratitude for coronavirus in that way that's really beautiful. Because not that many people, I think, and that's what I said earlier in this conversation, why it was like funky with the tech. Like, you're not only have you have brain surgery, but like you also have evolved spiritually. That there's not that many people I've known so far that have been like, I'm grateful that this has happened. Like, you have to find some gratitude.
It's a tough thing though, because I'm not saying it's a good thing that it's happening.
You have to say it's a good thing, but you can still be grateful for it.
And that I think that's a spot that gets sticky for a lot of people. Like, if something's bad, you don't be glad about it. Like, it just feels like a hard rule. And to be able to kind of, I mean, I can't do anything else. Like, it's nuts. And there were actually times at the beginning where I was like, am I allowed to like say this? And I don't, again, I never want, I guess it's like, very obviously nothing I'm saying is like the ultimate truth of anything. You know, like, and I mean, I know that, and I should know that, and probably anyone knows that. But it's really important, because sometimes like if I make a statement, I'm just kind of like, I don't want anybody to take this the wrong way. Like, but also kind of a misunderstanding that I feel like we have, maybe societally or collectively somewhere, is that deciding something's bad and hating it is like ever the way to go. Like, it actually benefits people if like, and we can talk about something less serious than the coronavirus and brain tumors, but like, I don't know. It's kind of like, okay, it's like if you are eating a sandwich and you drop it on the ground and a starving dog comes to eat it.
Right.
It doesn't make it less tragic for you that you dropped your sandwich. But like, if you saw the dog come eat it, you'd probably go, "Aw, at least the dog's getting to eat it." So it's kind of like that, maybe.
Yeah, you just shift the perspective on reality. Like, it's the same reality, but you just shift in how you look at it.
And to be able to say that like there have been benefits to this thing,
right?
Hopefully is a good, like I mean, I think in general, as like an energetic sort of magnetic component of things, I think that that's a good way to look at the world and a good way that things work.
But I wonder what will happen as the collective gets onto that same page too. Like, more and more people will see actually some benefits and start identifying with that aspect of coronavirus, because we can't change it anymore. It's here to stay. We can't do anything about it, but we can put accepting it and being grateful for it, and that always produces abundance. It attracts you to like what you're actually in line and attracted to.
And the key is that we have to feel like it's okay to do that. Like, if we've decided something's bad and we can't look for any good things in it,
right,
like, it's not okay, or it's offensive, or it like makes a mockery of their deaths, or whatever, like, we decide, then we're stuck there. But if we can like know that everything has balance to it, and nothing is a thing, and everything has different sides or whatever. But what I was going to say,
that's a good quote.
What I was going to say before though is, when you get into like the tangible material world, like the reading's talking about, then it's like, you can say all you want how many potato chips you're eating or not eating or whatever. The material world piece is the scale that you weigh yourself on every single day. And if you're eating 2 bags of potato chips a day in like what, a couple months, maybe less, that's going to be really evident on the scale. And that's kind of what we're being brought into, is like whatever anybody's story is, at the end of the day, like there are real facts. There are concrete truths. You know, and I think that's one of the things that's like where our world has really gotten off balance. Is you have this internet and president and whatever where like remember when the word truthiness like first came out?
Yeah.
Like during Trump's first, or not first, but yeah, his first election campaign.
Yeah.
So like when we deal with the truth that like that's just where things have gotten crazy between the internet, Donald Trump, like whatever the hell is just going on with delusion in the world. We're getting to this place where we don't we can't still live there. Like we're getting to like, these are concrete facts. These are things that happened. This is the result. Hang on one moment. Hello, sir. How you doing? You guys are good?
Is that Sir Adrian?
It is. Do you want to come
on the show?
I'll make some pizza.
Huh? What'd you say, Jess?
Just jump on the show and say what up.
Just come say hi real quick. Adrian is, this is actually Winslow Beats.
We're just gonna make some,
just come poke your head.
Gotta put Winslow on for a second so we can play.
we're just gonna make some pizza.
Oh. He looks like he's been smoking the Christmas tree tonight or something.
I think they're just having a good time. I don't know. These boys.
All up in the studio.
Some pine.
Some pine.
Winslow Beats.
Winslow Beats. Check. He just dropped a new video and a new album.
Sweet.
I mean, new song.
We'll definitely put those links in the description.
Yeah, Winslow Beats. Yeah, he's the best kid in the whole entire world.
Yeah.
No idea. It's amazing. But we're back at the whole, like, I don't know. It requires, you have to really look at like I had a kid when I was 20 years old. Unexpected. I mean, it wasn't unexpected when I gave birth to him, but I got pregnant not on purpose.
Sure.
At 19 in 1997. And is this okay if we keep talking? Are you good? Like, I'm about to tell a little bit of a story.
Go for it. I mean, what are we at right now? We're at like 2:26. I'm good.
Okay. I mean, I'm good too. I love talking to you.
I'm not doing anything else tonight, so I'm chilling.
What year were you born?
88.
Okay, so we are 10 years apart. We're 10 years apart. You like that?
This many years. Yeah.
Anyway, I was just because we have similar language a lot of the time, and it always feels like
we're both people, I think, that kind of transcend like generations a little bit, because people are like, wait, you're not in your, some people will be like, you're 40, right? Or, you know, like, you just get me totally wrong with the age. Or whatever.
Yeah. Where was I? So, I was gonna say, like, this was like my entree into spirituality, I think. I was not doing well in school. Like, I mean, I wasn't doing poorly in school, but I was in my sophomore year and I just didn't care. I wasn't challenged. I wasn't interested. There was like one class, my philosophy class in like my freshman year. Like they brought up the idea that like you never cross the same river twice. And I was like, oh, like I was the person in the class that was like, because the river changes and you change. Like it was like blowing my mind. And that was like the one moment I can think of in, all of college, that just, cause I was going to state school, which is fine, but it wasn't challenging me. And I felt bored. And I had this sense of like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, I don't care about any of this.
Yeah. So
I enlisted in the Air Force and got a job at Walt Disney World. Which I love that because it just feels like the two parts of me. Do you know what I mean? Like if we were really, I've never thought about it like this before, but if you really just go like in half, I'm gonna go be in the military and I'm gonna go work at Walt Disney World. Maybe we turn that music down.
It's pretty. It doesn't sound too bad for my.
Oh, all right, good. So I was while I was on delayed enlistment. So I was supposed to go into the Air Force in like February or March or something. This was 1998 would have been the Air Force, and I got this. It was like a marketing internship at Disney World, where I worked as a lifeguard at Blizzard Beach part of the time.
I've been there.
If you went there in 1997, I was like the woman crying, the girl, the child sitting at the top just crying, homesick, and pregnant. So my plan was to do this like college internship at Disney and then go into the Air Force, and just I was supposed to go and be a linguist and learn Arabic. This was prior to 9/11. So like the idea that we'd be in like active war, that there'd be any issues in the Middle East, like I think as an like maybe if I was 42 when that happened, I would have been like, Marcy, don't go into the Air Force. Like
right.
Shit is bad over there. But I didn't know any of that stuff. Like we weren't talking about that.
Yeah.
Globalization wasn't a thing. We didn't have the internet in the same way.
Yeah.
You know? So I was like, and a big part of the reason that I was like wanting to do these things was also to end my relationship with Adrian's dad. It wasn't, I met him, he hates when I tell the story and it's embarrassing, but I met him because I thought he had a really sexy back. I was 17 years old. I was at the, what was it? Like the orientation day. And they had like a swimming pool there. And I was just like, who's that man?
Look at that back.
Yeah, he had like just like a really nice muscular back. It's so funny to think back to it now because like I saw that and was just like gotta talk to that guy. And then he was running from a bee. Like I found him just like flinging around from a bee. And bees like in my life since then, never before then, I wouldn't think like that. Were like have been majorly significant as totems or as like messengers. So it's always funny to me to think back to like the reason that how we ended up talking, how I was able to kind of like open the conversation is I saw him running from the bee and I was like, you should really stay still and it won't bother you.
Yeah.
Like I did like that thing. And then I'm sure he was like, who's this cute girl clearly admiring my back that I have on display on purpose? Like it's just like, I think he was 19 or 20. And that was the start of our relationship. Like it doesn't say it can't be, but it doesn't necessarily like breed compatibility.
Sure.
I have often felt as though there could not possibly be a more opposite human being from me than that man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, but so we just, we're in this like immature, I'm 19, I'm 19. So he had to be 20 or 21, or 22, whatever it was. And so I was like, I'll just go into the Air Force and then I don't have to deal with this. I don't have to figure out how to get out of this relationship. I can just like dip. And I found out that I was pregnant. I'll never forget this. I was in CVS and I had to get a test. And the girl that was checking me out at the register was like, and like kind of like shamed me. Like, and I was like, that is not what I need right now. Like, I need good luck. Like, but the most profound experience I've ever had in my life. Adrian, do you mind if I tell the story? He said it's more my business than his. Well, you're the central character.
Yeah, sure.
But anyway, so I decided, like, I was 19 years old. I've got my life lined up. I'm gonna go to the Air Force. Like for once in my life, I felt like I had a plan. And I think I just thought you're supposed to have plans. Like I felt like, I mean, our society tells you that you need to have a plan. So I decided that I was going to have an abortion, and I like called my mom and talked with her about it, talked with Adrian's dad about it. And like, it wasn't something I felt good about or comfortable with, but it was also like, what else am I going to, like, I am 19 years. This is what you do in the 90s. You know what I mean? Like there isn't another option.
Yeah.
It's not the 70s. It's not now.
Yeah.
Like this is like, that's the move.
Yeah.
So I'll never forget this as long as I live. I was on the phone, and I always acted out because I was on a phone like that. Like I was on a dial-y phone, you know. And I called Planned Parenthood, and I was making an appointment, and my hand hung the phone up.
Huh.
Like I was in the middle of talking. Like my hand hung the phone up while I'm like asking them questions. And I think like I remember the woman being kind of irritating, you know? And so the conscious thought was sort of like, I'm not dealing with this right now. Mm-hmm. But like what really happened was I was in the middle of like asking about appointments, and I looked, and I heard the receiver click into the phone. And I looked, and I was still talking, but the phone was hung up. And it's always just felt to me like my inner being was like, we know what you're doing. Because Adrian has been the catalyst for everything good in my life. Mm-hmm. Like I finally was able to we tried, but I finally was able to get away, to end the relationship with his dad. Yeah. Once you have a baby that's just witnessing the dysfunction, like, it's harder to maintain. And it's anything where, you know, if you go from 2 to 3, like there's this added observer, there's an added perspective. Like, it was just like, this is not okay. I can't, this relationship can't continue. So it finally, that was the thing. And I thought moving, you know, thank you. You just helped me make a full circle thing, where I always think that just getting away from something is the way to, be done with it, right? I'll just go to the Air Force and end this relationship. Right. And it's actually getting right into the heart of the nitty gritty. I should know this. I feel like people would think I was a person that operates that way. Yeah. But I've never thought about this way. I know the solution. I'll run away. It's that's not actually how anything works. Not even a little. No. So I and then it was from there, so I had this experience where, I had this experience where I was on the phone making the appointment, and just and I can't describe, I'm sure people that are watching, and I'm sure you know that feeling where suddenly something changes. Something is just a different way. And that's what it was. All of a sudden, I was like, oh, I'm having a baby. Okay. And I was 100% on board. I had never felt so clear and aligned and kind of supported and loved and known ever. It just, and I felt happy, which I was not super familiar with as a feeling. It was amazing. Yeah. And then, then it got scary and hard and all those things. And that is one of the things that I've said, is that the experience I'm having now, nothing in my life has more closely resembled being pregnant. Even literally, I get nauseous and feel weak or tired. There's so many things that feel just identical to being pregnant. So, hang on. So, what are you guys talking about?
I invented a handshake.
Hello.
Businessman talk, you do that, firm handshake.
Yeah. Okay. They're inventing handshakes out in the kitchen. Anyway, but because of Adrian that I ended up at Omega. We tried to do like a family event at Kripalu, but they were just terrible at programming it. So we ended up in February inside at Kripalu, former monastery, while they were having an intense silent retreat.
Oh wow.
And so they were like, you need to be with your kids and in your rooms at all times.
Wow.
And we were like,
Kripalu's not really set up for kids. Like Omega's just a better platform for them.
yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And so I'll never, like, I can't ever, my friend Linda, I don't want to say forget, it's not about forgetting her, but it's just like, she gets, you know how there's like the person that tells you about Omega and there's like a special place that they hold. I don't know if that's the same way for you, but like, that's how it felt for me. And Linda just casually was like, oh, you know, like this wasn't that good, but if you really want to have a good time, you should do Family Week at Omega. It's amazing there. It's like summer camp. And, you know, she was just, it's so, you know, this is so good. You're going to have a great time. And that summer, I think I got a scholarship. That was 2005.
That was the first time you went, was 2005?
Mm-hmm. First time I heard of it.
Wow.
And I had a boss at the time. My boss sent me to Kripalu, and then or like had told me about it. And then he, when I told him about that I'd heard about Omega, he was like, "Oh my God, you're gonna love Omega." Michael Rosenkrantz, if you're watching, thank you so much. Yeah, Michael Rosenkrantz gets like the pre credit.
Yeah. Yeah.
He actually was amazing because he took a huge chance on me. Like I was just out of school, and he like just kind of like saw potential in me. You know those people that like you have no business being hired for a job or chosen for a thing, you know, and like there's just someone that can kind of go like, no,
yeah.
And I had just gotten my Reiki training, and he was really in. My job was at a HIV and AIDS living center, and he was really in, like excited to bring in like holistic wellness and stuff like that. But yeah, Michael Rosenkrantz. I'll never forget the feeling where he was like, well, it's a starting position, so the salary is 29,000 or 29,000. I think it was 29,000. And I was like trying to be. I remember being on the phone in my kitchen and trying to be so cool, like, oh yeah, dude, that's whatever.
Yeah.
But falling to the ground because I'd been a single mom making $100 a week for a year and a half living in the projects.
Damn.
And so just being like super casual about $29,000 when I couldn't even imagine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me think about it, but I think I can work with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
that's
I think that is something.
Moment.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, it's sometimes it's a good position to be in, like when you're like, oh, that's grow up really quick, you know, step into the next phase of your life, you know,
Yeah, and I think that there's like, I was gonna say, I maintain that there's like value to acting like, yeah, 29, yeah, I could work with $29,000. Like the cool, like just being able to like carry that through something.
Right.
I think that there's an importance to that sometimes, especially like going back all the way back around to like talking about being an artist, you know, like just like, yeah, we'll see. Like I had a woman that I met at Omega that was like, would you ever want to come to Barbados and do some workshops? And just, sure, like that'd be great. But I don't want to like fall to her feet and kiss them. I want to fall to her feet and kiss them, but I don't want to do that.
Right.
And she'd be weirded out.
Yeah.
Like it wouldn't benefit anybody if I did that. I think that there is like space for persona or appropriate behavior, whatever it is, you know, because like it's always been a hard thing for me, has always been like what's fake and what's real. And it's the hard thing, I think, is because all of it is an illusion and all of it is real. like that's what's really happening. And kind of putting that question aside makes a really big difference, like not valuing one thing over another. But I love that kind of brings us back to the reading where we're having to really get to the place of the concrete. And the nice thing about the concrete is, like, by definition, concrete things are things we can agree on. Like if you paint a painting and you use paint, it's a painting. And I can think anything I want about it, but like it's a painting, the dimensions are the dimensions. We could maybe like talk about quarter inches if we really wanted to, but we probably don't. You know what I mean? And like, and then once we get to the concrete, I can't tell you that you didn't paint that picture.
Right.
And so now all the other things start blossoming open. Now you are a painter. And from there, like you can wrestle with this yourself, but from there, I can't tell you that you're not an artist. And like, technically, I can't tell you that you're not an artist no matter what you do. You could be a chef, you can be a tightrope walker, like, you know, whatever you want.
Yeah.
But once we get into like you know, we go to the concrete, here's a thing, I did this thing, this is my thing. We get like, there's just this like non-negotiability.
Yeah. Yeah.
Non-negotiability. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, like we once, I mean, then again, I don't think that this is like super profound, but for me, there are times that it has been, you know, where it's just like, oh shit, yeah. Like whether or not like I like your house or agree with you on where you should put your front entrance, if you have a house, you have a house. And it's yours. And then if we need to go like, is this really yours? If you have a deed and you bought it, then yeah. If you're a squatter, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of like we get into these more concrete places.
Right.
And I don't know, from there, like when we get to this place where we just kind of can, as long as we can not agree on the experience that we're having, we're all kind of operating from this kind of splintered place, right? Like we all have really differing senses of what reality is. And it feels like what the cards are saying is that the kind of bringing things down into this concrete reality, there's less room to argue about what reality is. And the less we're arguing, the more how we're supposed to be, which is like united and connected. Kind of, yeah, that's kind of interesting, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so do you mind if I do another quick reading thing?
No, let's get into it.
Okay, so I have, and this is gonna be something I'm teasing, playing with the idea. I'm not sure how I wanna do it. It's not an uncommon thing to do, but basically, I'm gonna pull 3 cards. You're gonna decide ahead of time which card is your card. So like, do you want, like, and I'll pull them and you can choose after I pull them. And then we'll turn them over. And everybody that's paying attention, everybody that's watching can pick their card too. So there'll be 3, the question we'll ask is like just some guidance for this moment. And there'll be kind of 3 avenues of that guidance. And you'll pick ahead of time which avenue you're gonna get. Make sense? I mean,
so you're picking your own adventure here.
Yeah, it's a choose your own adventure.
Okay.
Yeah. You're the second person that called it that. So it is. And those are my favorite books. Weren't those the best books?
Yeah, they were awesome books.
I wonder if everybody feels that way, or if it's specifically, I know that there are people that would rather just read a book, you know? Right. But I think for artists or people in like our,
because sometimes I would be like, well, what if I chose the other outcome? How would it read then, you know?
Yeah. I would always not let myself flip all the way to the back. Like I always wanted to just flip to the back and be like, what are the possibilities here? Yeah. And I was just like, you won't enjoy the book if you do it that way. Like, yeah. Like, that's not how you do it. And then, yeah, I would do the same thing. But I liked when it got complicated where like an early on decision really eliminated some of your other things. I loved to just break it down to be like, okay, this makes it only this and this are possible. Oh, I don't want to do that. And then like,
Right. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
always wanted the most options.
Same.
Like,
I still feel like
not necessarily even the best ones. What'd you say?
I sometimes I still feel like that. Like I feel like I need to have a lot of information in order for me to make the best decision.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't have to necessarily be options, but just like gathering a lot of data before I make a decision now.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. A big message that I keep getting, like the biggest out of everything that I've been through, has been about that. Like just like basically our conscious mind has the capacity for like everything, you know, and all that does is like make you sort of top heavy, you know. And I mean, and we know my like desire to escape, like let me just go try this over here or do that. And one of the biggest messages is like, knock it off, just be exactly where you are. It's like the concept of letting things be simple, like just letting your life be simple. Like it doesn't, do you know the like little fable where there's like a businessman and he works all his life and he finally retires and he can go like work on a fishing boat or whatever, like in his retirement dream, and he meets a fisherman who's just like, I just did this like the whole time, you know. And like it basically is meant to highlight the problems with our like societal values, where I love Alan Watts for that. Like I just want to tell everyone to like watch an Alan Watts video when we're done. All right, so we'll pick 3 cards, and the question is not necessarily a question, but just like the card that we pull is going to be guidance for you for the transition from 2020 to 2021. Like just kind of like what it might entail, how to make that move, what to really keep in mind, that sort of thing. Does that sound good?
Yep.
And so just in your mind, actually, what we'll do is I'll pull them and I'll show you the back.
Okay.
And then you tell me like which one you want. And everybody who's watching can like sort of pick in their head, and then I'll read all 3. All right. Yeah. Okay. And I'm gonna try to. I'll do it too.
All right.
And I'll not look.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got card number 1.
Ooh. All right.
Card number 2.
Okay.
Did you see it?
No.
And card number 3.
Okay.
This is so cool. All right. So card number 1, card number 2, card number 3. What one did you pick?
I'm gonna go with card number 3.
Card number 3. All right. So we'll start there. I'll read card number 3 first. Does that sound good? Are you going to like maintain your attention for the other 2?
Of course. Yeah.
If we like, for me, I'd be like, oh, once we read mine, I'm not listening.
No.
All right. So card number 3, your movement through this passage, the High Priestess. That's about, the High Priestess is the deep divine feminine. It's the place where stillness resides.
Mm-hmm.
It is where all of life arises.
Mm-hmm.
It is the feminine, and like gendering things has gotten so complicated. I like to, if you just want to think of this as the receiving element, basically it's like just allow this.
Mm-hmm.
This is the energy of like that which is naturally arising. You know, we talked about this, like dance around it the whole time, pretty much. But this idea of the things that are just like there, that rise up, that happen. And it's that we can really benefit from seeing this time, seeing this moment as an opportunity to connect with our deepest inner self.
Mm.
We should find a time for like silence and quietude. It's the time to just like really kind of trust the nonlinear and the irrational. and it's just like the goddess wants to speak with you during this time. And the only way to hear is to get really still. So stillness, receptivity, non-doing. And mostly I feel like if you are, if this was the card that you picked, you've probably already kind of known this. Like, you know what I mean? It's probably just been like already kind of sitting there as an idea or like a sense that you've had.
Yeah.
This is also a time where just our high self, our inner being, like we have access and it has access to us. So we get more messages and more, like there's less confusion and more clarity, a deeper sense of like a more vast awareness, that sort of thing. So just really enjoy that. And then if it feels like you like feel kind of like helpless or like you can't figure out what to do or how to do it, or you know what I mean, like what your role is, just chill. And again, receptivity, yielding, receiving, allowing that which is naturally arising. One thing I love to connect with people around is just the idea of imposed versus realized. You know, like if you think about the 10 Commandments, that's like the imposed version of spirituality. When you think about like the 8 limbs of yoga, or the like 8 tenets of Buddhism, that's like a description of something that's like naturally occurring. You know what I mean? And the high priestess is that which is naturally occurring. It's the realized reality, not the imposed reality. Make sense?
Totally. Almost scarily. Like even when Megan on the show, we were she reads tarot as well, and this was honestly about a week ago, and about 3 days ago this process I think started for me. But I was asking her, like, I'm somebody who is super comfortable in their masculine side. Like there's a lot of like, I can go work out really hard. I can go do martial arts all day. I can ride my mountain bike for 50 hours a day, 50 miles in one day. Like I can paint all night and be super gnarly, go do graph, you know, whatever. And it's like, there's another part of me that like knows the truth, that like there's this other half of me that I really like to kind of just ignore. And that's like my healing, resting element and restorative element. And I've been putting this process back, like holding it back until a couple of days ago. And that's, you know, it's been gnarly. Like there's been some like moments of tears and like processing and like a hot bath or two. And, you know, like trying to like awaken the goddess within. Cause I mean, all of us have like both elements going on within us. Maybe one side can be heavier or that we like to identify with more, but
or like one's easier for us or more comfortable or wounded.
Exactly.
And I really feel like the kind of getting them to connect, you know, I have the town, and then I also have the like I do a process where we have your masculine and feminine, like look at them, how do they relate, how do they feel about each other, what's going on there, and like heal those disconnects, because I feel like the spiritual process is like, and just the life process is healing those types of disconnects. So yeah, and the key word that popped up as you were talking as like how to do it, because so many of us, we live in a world that is super identified with action and doing. I mean, we live in a patriarchal society. We're going to be more doers. Like doing is the thing that is perceived as having value. So if you want like a thing to do for the high priestess, it's really nothing, except we could call that like listen. And then from there, again, like see, allow, receive. But it's nice to just like, oh, the high priestess listens. And then to get to listen, you have to kind of get quiet. You have to stop what you're doing. But like, if we say stop what you're doing, that's still doing something. And we get like really focused on the stopping. And then that's how you end up as a person in a Vipassana workshop, trying not to have any thoughts. Like meditating for 10 days, trying to have no thoughts.
Yeah.
It's really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But if someone had just been like, just listen, observe, allow. I don't know if I could have gotten it back then, but like, it's a major difference.
Right.
But here's an amazing thing that happened. I mean, you saw me shuffle. We know that I've shuffled. Oh, hang on a second. Oh yes, you can put those on the kitchen. That's supplements. The another card that came up, if you picked card number 2, so we have 3, 2.
Yep.
Card number 2 is basically the counterpart to the High Priestess. The Magician is the expression of the divine masculine.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I crazy, really.
Yeah.
Because the High Priestess is card number 2, the Magician is card number 1. So this is just basically antithetical guidance to the first group of people. So the first group of people just need to sit and be and allow and receive, and that's you and whoever else.
Wait, but I picked card number 3, right?
Yeah. Sorry, did I say it wrong?
I think you said 2, but I just want to make sure. I picked card number 3. So anybody?
You picked card number 3, and card number 3 was the one that we did. That's the High Priestess.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. We're on to card number 2, which is the sort of counterpoint to.
It's fascinating to me.
It's amazing. It's one of those things where, as a reader, you have to kind of start taking it for granted that like shit like that happens. It just happens so often.
Yeah.
There's nothing to do except go like, well, yeah.
Right. Totally.
You know, because it's so common.
So that means there's a group of people that are going to listen to this that need to spring more into their action selves.
Yep. Like take care of things that they haven't been handling. Like it's the handle your business card, the Magician is. It's also though a reminder, like you got this. You absolutely can do this. The High Priestess is too, which is like just rely on that well of inner strength. The Magician, these people might want to spend some time going like, what skills do I have that are useful in this moment? Look at all the things I actually can do as opposed to the things that I can't. Like what can I kind of make or carry forward? Do you get it? Like, I mean, you immediately got it. It's like this, it should be a really proactive, and it can be a really productive time for you. You know? And I love, like, so if you were feeling ambivalent about them, you know, if you were like, oh, kind of 2, kind of 3, well, then you have to find the balance, you know?
Yeah.
And what my guess would be is that the people who selected card number 3 have been spending a lot of time trying to figure out what to do. And like probably feel anxiety about making the right decision. And are trying to do things correctly and to like handle and manage too much. My guess is that the people that have chosen group number, whatever I said, group number 2, card number 2, have just been like feeling frozen or paralyzed or like just like things are falling apart and they don't know what to do or overwhelmed, you know? And this is just like, nope. The Magician, one key like element of the Magician, like in Magician, like if you're going to make a Magician card, something that it really better have is all 4 of the tarot elements on this table. There should be a cup, a wand, a sword, and a pentacle. And those represent the elements of earth, air, water, and fire. And so, the tarot is a Western system, so it's a 4-element system. And basically earth, air, water, fire complete, like it's everything. It's everything that the world is made up of. And so this is just a reminder, it's a reminder that you've got everything you could possibly need. You know how to use all those things. Do your thing. And I like that. I think it's really neat that one, like as a meta reading, it's reminding us that this experience that we're all collectively having is bringing us to the most salient elements of life. You either do or you be. Like anything, I mean, a lot of things can be said about like this way, but like everything can sort of be described in terms of doing or being, like right. It is the, like, if we were going to go on making binaries of things, like this is the cosmic essential binary. Like as soon as, if we want to get into any sort of relativity, like this is the beginning split.
Yeah.
Because it's also like man or a person, you know, humanity, the magician, and like spirit with the high priestess. Like if we're going to get down to like what do these cards mean, or what do they hold, or what are they about? They are about our experience with divinity, but they're ourselves as God, or as ourselves separate from God. So if you picked card 3, listen, receive, allow. If you picked card 2, get out there and get on top of things. There's something that you need to handle. You can be more productive. You can be more proactive. You'll feel better if you do. There's something to change, to fix, to make, to share, to plan, to organize, to put together, to create. Like all of those things. And then obviously we all want to be balanced. You know what I mean? Like we want to do both, but lean. Just think of it in terms of leaning. I'm just going to lean a little bit more this way, or a little bit more this way. And then the final card. So if you picked card number 1, which I can only think of, when I think of picking card number 1, what comes to mind is the movie, I think it's Bambi, where there's all of these, like, there's a hunter in the woods, and there are all these little birds just like trying to like hunker down so they don't get shot. And then very dark, there's this one that goes, I can't take it anymore, and like flies up like
Right.
and then just gets shot. But anyway, like I don't know why I thought that, but there does seem to be, like, you rushed it. You went with card number 1. Give me that one, which is nothing wrong with it. But there's something really funny about that to me.
Yeah.
And what's funny about it too is the card that comes up, we get the sun reversed, which number 1 is be a little less self-centered will really help. Like a little less self-focused, let's say. I think self-centered has a bad connotation, and I don't mean that anybody's doing anything wrong, but it's like, if one thing that's going to feel terrible right now is, what am I going to do? 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 Because there's no answer. Most of the feelings that you're experiencing are probably collective rather than individual. Like, nobody can do any of this ourselves. Like, if it feels like it's you against the world, you are out there running into people who aren't wearing masks, running into people who won't give you space, people who aren't being friendly, you know what I mean? Like, because we get the world that we expect in a lot of ways. And so just gently, lovingly, I want you to invite yourself to just really look and see if you've been maybe a little self-absorbed. So that's one possibility for that card. And if you have been, dude, that's normal. Like, all of us are having our, the kids have made pizzas. Isn't that annoying when they drink? They smell so good. One of the amazing benefits of quarantine is Adrian finding like delectable snacks and dishes to make.
That's what's up.
Seriously. Well, we're Tauruses, so we're just like, oh, we're home and we're just gonna eat, and we're gonna like
right.
Like, I have am I up to 8 pillows? Like, I have 8 pillows on my bed.
Oh,
I had 8 and brought it back down to 6. I was like, okay, it's a little.
Yeah.
But I have like this whole setup, and I never would have taken the time to do that if it hadn't been for like brain surgery and quarantine.
Right.
If it wasn't for quarantine, if it wasn't for brain surgery, I wouldn't feel as comfortable relaxing. Like one of my friends was just, or actually it was Kathy Fitzgerald, I think, was somewhere. It was kind of like, if you do not take a break now, when do you ever in your whole entire life give yourself a break? Because like, this is the time, like, between not being able to go anywhere and nothing being like available. You had brain surgery. Like, it's okay to rest. It's
Right.
okay to take a break. And again, that would fit with the High Priestess card. It's that same vibe of just like, it's all right to bring it down.
Yeah.
And something that I found really helpful is if like bring it down feels harsh or feels hard to do, or sounds like someone is being shitty to you. Do you know what I mean? Like it sounds like someone is like telling you to be away. Just thinking of it in terms of having permission to do that thing. Like the difference between, like, you know how like a lot of times grown-ups will talk about how we wish we still had nap time?
Yeah.
You know, and like the difference
Totally
between
allowed to give yourself a nap.
What'd you say?
Oh, you're totally allowed to give yourself a nap as an adult.
Yeah, and the difference between you must take a nap as a little kid and I really would like to have a nap, and it would be good to take a nap right now. I'm allowed to take a nap right now.
Yeah.
And that's, again, we're talking about the difference between imposed versus realized and masculine versus feminine.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So when we move into that space of like you have permission to do this thing, you're allowed to do this thing, it really changes. I mean, I don't know about for everybody else, but I know for me, like I have a like independent, rebellious, like leaning. And as soon as I'm allowed to do something, it clarifies for me what I actually want. Because before I'm allowed to do something, all I want to do is the thing I'm not allowed to do. You know, you're the same way. Like,
yeah, definitely.
and then what happens is we end up doing all these things that we never really cared to do in the first place, but just to show that we could like do them.
Right.
It's no good. So sun reversed. One, are you like, you have permission to not worry about things so much. Like that's the first thing I would say in terms of permission. But it's also kind of like what we were talking about earlier. If we can make space, if it's not all just black and white, good, bad, waiting for the outcome, kind of needing things to be a certain way, a certain type of good, a certain type of bad. If you can kind of move into a more gentle space, like equilibrium and harmony and many different facets of something that's happening, like that will really, it just feels like it makes it easier, like just more comfortable of a time, to be able to like, and you don't have to force yourself to be positive or optimistic at all. You know, no one is demanding that. But if you want to, you can. You don't have to be negative either. Because I really do feel like there's this, you know, there, you can feel it. You can see the people that are like pushing through with like aggressive optimism. I'm doing great. I'm thriving. But like in this really intense, like non-ironic way.
Yeah.
Like there's the way people, you ask them how someone's doing and they say thriving. And I find that hilarious.
Yeah.
But like, you know, there are the people that feel like that they're supposed to, that there's some way to succeed.
Right.
And that's kind of what comes up is like, don't worry about attainment, success. This is your break. This is your chance.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's do one final card for like how, it's kind of like, what's the spoonful of sugar that helps this medicine go down for everybody?
Okay.
Right? Does that make sense? Like if anything about the reading that you got makes you go like, that doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound like me, or whatever. So like how to, like it's either the grain of salt or the spoonful of sugar, whatever you need. Oh, this is perfect. So do you remember that this card came up earlier?
Yeah. Two of Swords, right?
Yeah.
Or Two of Swords reversed because it's
Two of Swords reversed. So this came up before as like when we were doing the overall what does everybody need to know?
Yeah.
The biggest challenge was the Two of Swords reversed. So it feels like it's saying like, well, this is your chance to practice making peace with something that's difficult for you to understand. You know what I mean? Like this is your opportunity. Like you just got guidance. It's really good. And I can feel this, like sort of the place that the guidance comes from, or like the source of that guidance, is just sort of like, this was really clear. I mean, I've never seen a reading like that, to be honest with you.
Oh yeah.
Like with the sun reversed, masculine, feminine, or magician, high priestess, like it doesn't get cleaner or more simple,
Uh-huh.
you know, like just more straightforward, more direct.
Mm.
More like the magician and the high priestess mean the exact same thing to everyone, and then you get full infinite ability to do everything you want with those things. You know, those are the most like seed cards, like and so there's this energy that's like, yeah, this is your chance.
Yeah.
You know, and I think I said it before, but what comes to mind again is the idea you can choose to suffer or you can choose to learn. You can have a hard time with this reading and be like, I don't think that I got the right card, or do whatever you want, or you can just go, yeah, I should be more productive, or yeah, I should meditate more. So just on a basic level, magician, if you get the magician and that's the advice for you, it would be like paint a picture, fix your car, call the person, do the thing, make a list, carry it out, handle your business. Like those are the, and it can be literally anything, but like take an action. You said it best. You know, it's just like, it's time to hop into motion.
Yeah.
Sort of crib notes or cliff notes, whatever. Crib notes. I don't know.
I think
Or,
yeah.
huh?
Cliff notes, I think.
Well, cliff notes are like the abridged version. This is more like if we were going to really like tighten something down into just like, here's the answer.
Oh, okay.
So like, because I like crib notes are like if you're cheating on a test. So I think I might be able to go with that and just.
You were a bad kid.
I didn't have to cheat on tests. I was. Anyway, I also didn't care about grades. Like I never understood why grades were a big deal.
Me neither.
I'm just like, what? I also got A's without a lot of work. But I think I could just like pick the answer. Like I think it was a lot of my psychic ability was just like.
Sure.
Like just. Because I always knew how to spell really well for no reason. And then a friend of mine at Omega pointed out that spelling does not actually matter. And like I was like, yes, it does. And he was like, nope, I could write you an entire letter and not spell one thing correctly. And
interesting, yeah. Because how you read like the first and last letter or something like that. It's fascinating.
Because it was like one of the one of my claims to fame in life was that I was good at spelling. Great.
Gonna turn that knob on the ego down for you.
I guess I don't matter. Anyway, where was I?
You did the magician.
Yes.
Recap.
Oh, so the crib notes.
The crib note.
That was where we got stuck. Or I got stuck. You're fine. The high priestess is sit still, meditate, listen. Whatever you do that is like your spiritual happy place. Receive, allow. Like when I first woke up from surgery, I kept getting the high priestess, and I knew like there was just this utter clarity, which is part of the high priestess, is that like you get an utter clarity, like a naturally occurring, internally arising, profound clarity will often hit you. Like that's part of it. But you can facilitate that by spending time quietly, spending time in nature, deciding to meditate. And I started saying, so like right post my surgery, like it was like, you are to be in high priestess mode, like you're the high priestess. And so that can be, there's like a grace to it where instead of adding your own 2 cents to something that someone has to say, you go, oh, interesting, thank you. Or like whatever your version of that is. But the difference between I'm going to assert myself and put myself out there, it's like one of the big things is I used to be really connected to correcting people. Being seen clearly felt really, really important to me. And I did not feel very often that way. It didn't feel like people were listening or got it. And so like if someone commented something on a Facebook post I would often be like, oh, that's great. And then have like my own little 2 cents to add. The high priestess just kind of goes, there's space for this person to say this, and there's space for all my feelings around it. And there's space for me to just like click a like. And I mean, I'm sorry to use Facebook and like stupid examples, but that was actually a big one for me, because a lot of people were giving me a lot of posts and a lot, like there was a lot of Facebook activity going on, and a lot of us are just on our phones a lot right now. I know I am. And so what I love about those 2 cards is like, neither of those cards wants us to be on our phone. Right? Do you get it?
Yeah.
You explain. I want you to talk about that, because like I felt you like go like, yep. So how do we, like, what does the magician want us to do relative to our phone?
Relative to the phone?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it doesn't have to do with the phone. It has to do with like the actual work that's right in front of you. That, I mean, the phone will be
put your phone down and do something.
And actually do the thing, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then what about the high priestess?
Now that one to me is, I mean, that's more like, and this is just what works for me, but it's like, go into the sauna, no phone, no music, go into the hot bath, no phone, no music, read a book, like just sit on the couch or go for a walk without the phone.
Yeah, exactly.
No headphones, just be present and listen. But
yeah, and so like I think there's something really cool. This has never occurred to me, and I just think it's so cool. Like I hadn't taken the time to think about it, but yeah, our phone like lands somewhere in between, and it's not that we can't use phones, whatever, but like if you're looking for a reason or a way to use your phone less, like these are the 2 ways to do it. You know what I mean? Like get off the phone and handle some shit.
Right, yeah.
Just do something, or use your phone to do a thing. We're using our electronics to do this thing, but like do something with it. Like really, truly do something with it, and then or like put your phone away, get still, I love that. Like it fits really cool. But like those 2 cards with the phone, and then I guess with your phone, the sun reversed with the phone just feels like, just get off your phone. Like, that feeling you have where you're like, get off your damn phone, because a person has like almost crashed into you or isn't listening or, whatever it is. Like that's how I would interpret that one. Because I mean, and they always talk about how like food addiction is one of the hardest ones, because you still have to eat. You can't just give it up.
Yeah.
And phone feels that way right now. Like we can't just not be on our phone. How do we connect? If we're not living with someone or whatever. So I don't know. I hope that was helpful. That was really fun to like go, like looking at it in that way or through that lens.
Yeah.
I love the 2 of Swords reversed as just the like, take this, like, sure, you might not like what you hear sometimes. And like, that's what we're moving into, is a more concrete relationship with everything, where there's not just like what you conveniently like to feel or believe. There's what's actually happening.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is like, what's actually happening doesn't need to be the way anybody thinks it should be. Like, I think I was saying already, like my surgery, I was like up and lucid just whenever the, what's it called? Anesthesia like was gone. And then, like I could walk, like they came to do, they sent like rehab girls, and I was, they put me on all, I did like basically to help me walk. And then I just kind of was like hopping around and they were like, I think you're good. So it's the idea that like reality exists, and it does, like reality exists. Bottom line. Which seems like such a funny thing to like make such a hard statement about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like reality exists, and you may feel however you want to feel about it, and it exists, like it continues to exist, and someone else can feel however they want to feel about it, And you don't have to change how you feel, and they don't have to change how they feel. And reality exists. It doesn't change the reality. Like, not really. Not when we get down into it. Like, and like, that's what those cards, I mean, I don't know. I'm still going to be like parsing that for a while, you know, because it's a pretty significant thing to consider.
Sure.
Because we might think we already know that, but like, what does it even mean? You know, reality exists. Like, what do you mean? What reality? Like, how? What?
Yeah, yeah.
And so from there, those two cards, like if you pick card number 3, High Priestess is like, sit with that for a while. During a Vipassana that I did, it was so frustrating for me. I was, because I mean, I've shifted a lot, but I mean, you can still tell I'm pretty yang, like in my way. But in Vipassana, so Vipassana, for anybody that doesn't know, is it's a 10-day silent retreat, and you learn a particular type of Vipassana, or Vipassana as people also pronounce it, meditation. And it's like 10 hours a day. It ends up being. Have you done one too?
Yes, but I failed and I left on like the 6th day or something.
Just like had it.
Yep. Well, I was also in Thailand, which I was like, it was like, I think maybe my first week in Thailand as I had arrived there. So there's another part of me that, I mean, for sure, yes, I 100% failed. Like, there's no question about it. I left early, but there was a big part of me that was like, I was a little bit like, I just want to be in Thailand. What am I doing? Like, you know, I want to go to see what it's like. It's the first time traveling as an adult, and
So it feels like your yang just like made the executive decision, was like, what are we doing? Let's go.
Yeah.
You felt good about it when you left, right?
I did feel good about it.
So
Yeah, I
like,
feel great about it.
The nice thing is that wasn't your yang like grabbing your yin and dragging her out. That was your yang being like, yo, what are we doing? And your yin being like, yo, I don't know. And then you just like made an actual exit.
I mean, they were like, because at least in Thailand, they had taken all of our stuff, like our passports and everything. And like, when I had really said, like, I want to leave, they're like, well, actually, the person that has like the combination to the safe where your passport and stuff is, like, isn't here right now. And I was like, bullshit. Let me go right now. And they're like, no, honestly, they don't come back till the next morning. So they're like, why don't you don't have to participate or anything, but just go in your room, go chill. If you change your mind overnight, like, then you change your mind. So then the next morning they like knocked on my door. I was like, my bag's packed. I'm ready to go.
I had almost the opposite experience. I spent the first, because I was a single mom. Like, I was like, what am I doing here?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and I mean, there was nothing other than the phone call that I told you about. I don't think there's been any other moment as clear, at least up until that point, as, yes, Vipassana. You know what I mean? But I spent the entire first like 3 days just being like, should I stay? Should I go? Should I stay? Should I go? Should I stay? Should I go? And then I had the misunderstanding that I wasn't supposed to be thinking at all. So it was just a very, very uncomfortable thing. And I felt and feel so grateful that they had my keys, because like that all the extra layers, like I was like, oh, this is why these motherfuckers locked my fucking keys away. Like, and it helped me realize, like, oh, people feel this way, like, when they're in this experience. So that helped quite a bit. And then just having to like ask, like that extra layer of like, I'd have to ask, kept me there.
Yeah.
You know, but I think if it's time to go, you go. Like, there's like, if you have to do all those things or like you wait a whole other day and have to like, I'm done. I'm out of here. Yeah, I have a friend who because they make it really hard to leave, you know.
They do, yeah.
And I am so glad for that, and I can understand why for that. But I also, like, my friend was just like, well, I've done one before, and then I kind of got dissociated, and I went home and made a bunch of choices that ruined my life. And I can feel myself moving into that space right now, so I want to go home and not do that. And they were like, okay. Like they were like,
they were like, we make it hard to leave because we've seen so many people come here and struggle, and they're like, we don't know if you're like really high on drugs right now and that's what's making you want to leave. Like, we've seen every reason or explanation to want to leave this experience right now, and we don't want to put you at risk. So that's why they're like, we really want you to like think about this and tell us like 3 more times that this is the time that you leave. Because
yeah,
I mean, looking back on it, I think it was actually for the safety of the program and for me. But in the moment, it was just like, are you kidding me? Like, you're not going to let me leave? Like, I'm an adult. Like,
yeah.
how are you
But
going to do this?
Such big stuff gets stirred up. Like it's.
Yeah. I mean, I was seeing stuff
like,
come up from my childhood and like these memories that were buried that were, I mean, it was just stuff that I hadn't thought about since the day that it had happened. You know, I mean, it's just so amazing how it's recorded in your mind like that.
Yeah, I remember my big thing was like I just experienced a lot of physical pain, like just like walls of physical pain, and like I didn't have a lot of like images or visions because I think I was just in it, and I cried so much. I cried so much, and I also felt like it was interesting because the people. Like I think I had like 3 or 4 different people that were on my left like cycle through, and then the right person was just like solid, or it might have been the other way around. There was something where I was just like, it got very surreal, and then my reality just sort of broke down for quite a while after that, like where I just like everything seemed like super fluid, and it got scary and overwhelming. Like, you know how you'll get like 222, 333, 555, like that was happening so much. It scared me. And it was also, you know, so many years ago, like it just felt scary, you know?
Yeah.
And then I think there was one moment where I was riding behind a school bus, and like these things were happening anyway, but this was sort of the moment where I was like, okay, I don't understand any of this, you know? Because I had never meditated before except the 7 hours at the sanctuary. And I didn't have any like training or instruction or anything. I just dove into it. But I was in a car, I was driving behind a school bus, and I like at that time I was reading traffic, where like basically the traffic everything was speaking to me, but particularly like traffic would speak to me. And so it would be like, I have a question, like give me a question.
About what?
Anything, like just like something that you're wondering or something that like.
Geez.
like maybe like when will my next art sell, or you know, just anything like that, or like what is art, like even that would be like a question, and then immediately the traffic would move in such a way that I'd know the answer to that question. And then like that, like so I was probably paying attention to like that. Like there was, I think the thing that happened that day is I was feeling like overwhelmed and felt like things were never going to be okay, and it was like I came upon a construction zone. And there were like, you know, people, it's like, oh, there's a person that tells people when to stop and go. And there's a person that like makes sure no one gets hurt. And there's a person that is digging up the road. And there's a van driving away a bunch of garbage. Like it was, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
That stuff would just talk. Like it wasn't me trying to figure out what it meant. It wasn't let me like create a language. I've done that like kind of since. But at the time, it was just like, I would watch the traffic move and I would all of a sudden have an answer to whatever question had been on my mind.
Mm-hmm.
So that was already going on, but I was in the car. And again, like, I feel like the people who have these synchronicities, this is not interesting or like a big deal at all. And then people who don't are like, that's crazy. And are like making it up. And then there's the rest of us that are just kind of like, I like talking about those things too, you know?
Yeah, totally.
But I was in a car behind a bus, and the radio said stop. Like something in the song was just like stop. And then for whatever reason, I stopped just in time to keep from hitting the bus. And shit like that was happening to me constantly. Oh, there was also a short version of this, but like House was talking to me, the show House, the TV show House. I mean, I say talking to me as a joke. But there was definitely a moment where I was like, is the fucking TV talking to me? Because that is a sign that I've lost my mind. Like, you know, like I feel like it's just one of those movie tropes where if the TV is talking to you, you're fucked. Like you are really out there.
Yeah.
And the TV wasn't talking, like the TV never said like Marcy, it was never like that. I wasn't hallucinating that the TV was talking to me. But every single week I would watch House with my mom, and it would be this weird like recap of every sort of lesson, because I was in like lesson mode, you know, everything was, and that's a high priestess thing, is when everything feels like a lesson or an answer or a direction, you know, like and that's a very real state. Like that's not just psychosis, that's a thing.
Yeah.
But like House, somehow the theme or the like some conversation that a couple of characters would have would be a like succinct recap of everything that I'd like gone through that week. Or like I remember I was thinking about a person, like a relationship that had just been kind of messy for a while or something. Yeah. And as I walked in the door, one character was saying to another, you need to leave that person alone. Like that kind of just, I mean, you know, the kind of synchronicities that I'm talking about, I would guess.
For sure.
So that, yeah, things, and then I kind of consciously just was like, all right, this is too much. I can't handle this. But I didn't at that time have the like heart alternative. It was just sort of like, I just need to like shut down. And I kind of think that like everything I'm going through now is the delayed version, you know, like that was available to me 10 years ago, and I just didn't have the resources or didn't have the courage or didn't know what to do to like move through what I'm moving through now. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I feel self-conscious because I'm so talkative. Like I have so much to say, but I'm also
you've been through a lot in a short period of time, and like also in your 42 years of life as well.
Yeah, I think it's really cute that this is, you know, in Douglas Adams and The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything.
Yeah.
This has felt really funny like that.
I know. Well, you have, I mean, the thing that I want to make sure people are like, this isn't a podcast and it's like an online kick it, is it doesn't have to be like the once and only Marcy episode, you know? Yeah. It's just like an online come and hang out and check in, and like, I don't know, I think the readings were great. That was really cool.
That was really fun. So I'm thinking about, I have a YouTube channel called Meta Marcy, and I have an Instagram called The Tarot Within.
Okay.
And like I've been getting like both like the Magician and the High Priestess as my like guide cards. And mostly I get the Empress, which is the third card, which is basically the union of the Magician and the High Priestess.
Oh, okay.
If you think about the Magician as God, the High Priestess as Goddess, and the Empress as Mother. Then there's the Emperor as Father, which like brings things into stability. I have a class I do on like basically the numbers within, like the idea of like being able to really connect and relate to numerological frequencies.
Yeah.
I might do that again.
You should.
Yeah.
Are you doing a lot of like Facebook Live once a week right now with your readings?
No, I wasn't doing any. And then basically what I realized is that a big chunk of myself, like I gain a lot from doing readings for people, and like was starting to just kind of feel like lonely and disconnected, and a lot like just being able to kind of like pop into that higher frequency. Like my normal life doesn't call for that all that often, except in, like if I'm thinking too much.
Yeah.
You know? So to be able to engage, and I mean, you heard me say even a few times tonight, like, I haven't thought of it like this. I haven't said this before. Like,
right.
And I forget that it's like that, but there is this kind of like other vibration I get to experience when I do readings. So I've done a few. I've been thinking about starting like a variety show or some kind of thing like that, like a talent show almost. I don't know how much I can really take on, or how like tight or scripted it needs to be. But I like the idea of a kick it, like where you might just like, it feels a lot like Omega, where like you might go in the art hut. It's not a talent show or it's not a open mic, but like someone might be in there with their guitar while someone else is in there making a marionette, while someone else is in there talking about like the crazy day they had. And, you know, like I really want that for us. We need that.
Yeah.
And we need more.
Why don't we set that up? Why don't like you and I kind of curate like a little like an online party, not a party, but like a little hangout, something. We can put it out to the Omega.
Because like one, I know things that I need, and I think we all need, but like dance and movement and music, like just, and I keep thinking about having like, I guess having like a dance party, but like I don't really feel like dealing with finding music that's available. You know, I just want us to hang out. I want it to be easy and fun.
Yeah.
I'm jealous of my son because do you know about Discord?
Yeah.
I'm super old. Cause like that's kind of what I want to think of it as. Like, think about it, Omega. You'd be bored. You had nothing to do. I'm gonna go to the bench. I'm gonna go to the art hut. I'm gonna go to the cafe. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna go down to the lake, and then amazing things would happen. Mm-hmm. You know. And one of the things that I've missed the most, because I don't know if I mentioned this, but post surgery, there's no driving for me. So I'm double quarantined.
Yeah.
You know? Or like whatever, exponentially quarantined, because there's like I can't go anywhere. And one of the, especially in the winter, because I get depressed and it's winter. So I just think that we all can just acknowledge that winter is universally harder. I don't know if that's true, but like it feels good sometimes to just be like, look, winter's harder.
Yeah.
But one of the things I would do is like go for a drive or go across the bridge and get some food or something like that. And then I would almost invariably have some sort of synchronistic experience that would remind me of my connection to my higher self. It would remind me of my divinity. It would remind me that the world like works in these magical, crazy ways. And it would get me out of my own fucking head for 5 minutes. You know? Yeah. And like, I'd always see, there'd be like, I don't know, like a little girl that looked like me when I was a little girl wearing a butterfly dress. Do you know what I mean? Like it would always be something like that. And I'd go, oh my God. And like reset.
Yeah.
And without being able to drive and with just things being the way they are, like that reset doesn't happen in the same way. And I've found like that reset doesn't happen when I'm alone in my apartment. Mm-hmm. It doesn't work that way. Like there needs to be additional influences. So Discord, like Adrian and his friends, it's just like having an extra room where you go, let's see who's at the smoking bench, or let's see who's at the dining hall in the middle of the night, or whatever.
Yeah. So what if we did like a New Year's thing?
Okay, I'm down.
Like, you know, we could do I just did an event 2 nights ago with the Touch Collective, and we did the workshop for about 45 minutes to an hour. Mm-hmm. And it was like it was called A Year Without Touch. So how COVID has affected us, like even in our intimate relationships, like how many people didn't get laid in 2020 because for one, it's hard to get laid as in regular life, but like, let alone like meet somebody new with an online dating and there's a mask. It's just like, it's affected us in a whole nother way, you know? But then after that, we did like an hour DJ set and I did like a live painting type of thing.
Like a party.
Yeah, if we did something like that where we had tarot and then maybe we had another type of workshop and then we did a dancing thing to bring in the new year or something.
So here's what I'm up against as far as scheduling, which is I take a chemo pill 5 days a month.
Okay.
And that chemo pill, this past time, like the first time I vomited violently for like 2 hours.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm smiling is because that was 100% my fault. Like there's something about chemo medicine that's like, it's actually way more like the vibes of it are a lot more friendly than you'd expect. Like they feel a lot more like mushrooms. Like when I hold them in my hand and I like talk to them or whatever. But like they have more like this kind of organic, friendly, like alien vibe. I was expecting like fax machine noises and like scratchy computer vibes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share that because I thought that was really cool. Like I was super surprised by that. But anyway, my first time when I first took chemo, I took chemo every night for 42 days straight for 6 weeks. And it was pretty chill. Like I felt kind of sore and tired. I was expecting it. I felt, and this particular type of chemo, it's called Temodar. They call it generally well tolerated. Like it's not the chemo that like you go to the hospital for or whatever. I just was taking a pill at home. And I got way too cavalier. Like I was just like, I'm good, you know? And I forgot that like the first time I took that chemo, I talked to it and I had a little ceremony and we made an agreement and like I talked to my body and prepared it. You know, I did a whole thing. I worked with my chiropractor who like did an attunement. I talked to another person that did like an attunement. You know, because I was just like, I'm prepared for this. I'm in this. And then I got like super casual and I don't ever do that. Like if this can just help any one human, we've done our jobs, Jess. Because I was like, yeah, I'm just gonna take the chemo. It's double dose. It's double the dose of the first chemo that I took. I didn't think about it at all day. I didn't like do anything. You know, I didn't do anything. I just like took it like you take a pill, maybe, I guess. Mm-hmm. Some people take a pill. I'll never take a pill that way as long as I live. Because I was in this like very mechanical version of listening to my body. And that's like the magician is like, I am listening to my body. Where the high priestess, there's no words for it because you're doing it already. You know, like just as a further instruction of those two cards. But anyway, I was like listening to my body. So I took the chemo and was like, my body is hungry. Yeah. And I went in my room. I went in my room. I scarfed down like an urchin. Like I was sitting like this because I was in the like, you know, that mode of like, I just need to get this done. Like that kind of like mechanical, just inorganic, dead way of behaving. Like I was just like, I just need to do this. Like crouching down, just like getting this frozen burrito like into my mouth. And then within minutes was just like throwing up that and all of the contents of my stomach for 2 hours.
Wow.
But then like the next, I mean, I'm so grateful that whatever blessings have been given to me that allow me to learn lessons quickly, because I was like, oh shit, no, like we're not doing that. And I immediately, like everything that I listed just now felt really clear. Like it was like, you did this. All of those things did not help the situation. Like where I'm thinking of that Two of Swords reverse card that keeps popping up, but like instead of being like, oh, this chemo is terrible, and like, oh, the double dose is getting me. Mm-hmm. I did think those things, and it sucked. Like it was so rough. Like, I mean, and a lot of people have thrown up for a couple hours. Like, you know, it's the worst. It's just, yeah. And then on top of it, I'm like, I'm sick. I have cancer. You know, like it brings all that stuff up because now I'm like the character in the movie who's on the chemo who's throwing up. You know, it's like all of that. And it was also like 11 o'clock at night. Like it was just not a lot of good circumstances. But instead, I was like, Marcy, you approach that with zero respect for anything. Like there was no respect for the medicine. There was no respect for the body. There was no respect for everything you know about how to proceed in life. Like it was just like, no. And then instead of like fighting with that, I was like, correct. Let's work this out like immediately. And so the rest of the 4 days, I like from the time and this is, you know, there's probably a healthier balance, but from the time I woke up, I was like, you're taking chemo tonight. Just keep that in mind. Like, and it's a gross thing, to say it anyway. Like, if you've ever, being pregnant did this for me too, where I was like, just on the outside chance that I'm going to throw this up, do I want to have this right now? Because throwing up a freezer burrito is got to be one of the worst throwing up. Like, it was not good when I ate it, you know? It was like not what I wanted. So anyway, so then the rest of the 4 days, like I had one, I think, I don't want to act like I did this all on my own, because I definitely talked to people that were like, well, did you remember to do this? Did you try this?
Yeah.
Like, oh, maybe you shouldn't eat like three hours beforehand. Like, it wasn't just me, like in a vacuum having realizations. It was me talking to my friends and them being like, yeah, did you not? My insight was like, you approach this with no respect. Like, as soon as I got that, I was like, it's not like I think I deserved it. Like, that experience sucked, and I don't feel like I don't feel punished. You know what I mean? But it was like, again, you can choose to suffer or you can choose to learn. And
Right.
so, like, I would get up, I would basically kind of keep a liquid diet all day. There's an anti-nausea medicine that I was just sort of like, I'm not going to take this until I know I need it. Because the doctors will give you so many meds if you take them.
Yeah.
Because there's an anti-nausea med, and then that makes you constipated. So there's the chemo, which makes you nauseous, and then there's the anti-nausea med, which makes you constipated, which also kind of keeps the chemo in your body longer, so you're more in pain. And then there's like the thing you take so that you don't be constipated. And like, yeah, by the end, you're sort of normal, but you also have, like, I was having side effects to all those things.
Yeah.
On top of the side effects that I was treating. It gets crazy.
Yeah.
And then what I found is that if I just wake up, talk to my body, and it's just tuning in, you know what I mean? Like, just remembering to be aware that there's more. That's that sun reverse card vibe. Like, to be aware that there's more than just the thing that's spinning in my head to deal with.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. And it was also accepting that I might very well throw up. You know what I mean? And I could at least just mitigate it the best I could, so that my throwing up experience was more comfortable or was less terrible. Which goes back to, like, you know, we were kind of talking about this earlier, but like, if you just don't decide off the bat that something's good or bad, and it just is like a fact or happening, it really changes the experience.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the experience, all you need to do is shift your perspective of the experience. So, palatable experience for you to process.
Totally.
But we have crushed out nearly 4 hours, Marcy. It was epic run. But seriously, if you want to do a New Year's thing, I'll start thinking about it and putting the word out.
That's what I'm saying, is that New Year's might be tough for me because I'm starting a even higher dose.
Okay.
So send me good vibes on like the 31st, I think, or the 30th.
Okay.
And so, like, we can just be in touch.
Yeah.
It might be the thing, like, if you're cool with sort of running it and I'm lying on the couch just seeing my friends and crying and being happy, that would be amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Because, like, what happened last time was I got so insanely tired, but not anything else, like just tired, but like really, really tired. So I can't, and that's how I've been scheduling readings too, is I'm not really committing to them. I'm doing like 15-minute readings by donation, and and like people can just like text me.
Yeah.
And if I'm around and doing them, sure.
So like in the description of this video, can you send me like so far you've given me Meta Marcy, the Tarot Within. Can you send me Adrian's music account too? And then also, can you send me an avenue that we could send it to?
Sorry, what did you say?
Can you also send me like your Venmo or something, like an avenue that we can set up a donation, or just if somebody wanted to send you a donation for any reason, they would
Okay.
have access to that?
What's the best way to send it to you? Should I send it here in the chat, or should I send it to you on like
Maybe on Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Yeah. Was there anybody else that you wanted to shout out, or anything else before we call this a wrap?
If someone is looking for like just a really amazing, gentle, embodied yoga class, one thing that really, I mean, it really feels, it's such an incredible blessing, like to be able to be going through what I'm going through and have everything available online. Crazy. It's because I can't leave, like I can't get myself places, and then even if I could, or someone else can drive me, like I'm exhausted and don't feel well. So like the fact that I can just sort of like roll around in bed and half-ass do a yoga class sometimes, and sometimes it's the difference between me having some exercise or none, you know. But Priscilla Humphrey Yoga, I think it's called like Yoga at Home, Priscilla Humphrey Yoga at Home. I'll send you a message about it. But she does really amazing, like gentle and restorative classes. But I know for me, when I first started doing yoga, like the idea of a gentle or restorative class just felt kind of stupid. Or it felt like I wasn't doing like real yoga. And what I love about Priscilla is she's so like fully inhabiting her body that if you're like, I don't know, tickling your own toe or something in her class, it's so real and it's yoga. Do you know what I mean? Like you're not just contorting your body around, like she's reminding you to like be in your body and feel that. And like all of her classes have like this wonderful, and it's a personal taste thing, but I love that she's constantly like, and you can go to this level or this level or this level or this level, or grab a pillow or sit down. Like it's very like there's something so real about it in its permissiveness and in its gentleness. It's so cool. So yeah, I would love to shout her out, take her classes. She's got classes Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Priscilla. I could probably use that with the priestess card. That's probably my type of yoga right now.
It's a very like that. That's a very like, it's a very empress, because you're moving and you're active.
Right.
But like relaxing. And she has a couple nighttime classes that are yoga nidra, and restorative classes. She's all about like, get your props out and have this feel good to you.
Right.
There's something about, I mean, I'm friends with Priscilla and I know her a bit, but there's this really distinct, like it's so palpable that she has just like gotten to know her own body, and like had experience after experience that have brought her to like a deeper and deeper and deeper relationship to her own physical being. And it's just one of those things where like, I feel like when you talk to me, you can tell that I've had to do some work, like where it's just like, she didn't just get here without like a thing. And it feels maybe not so strongly, but it feels that way with Priscilla sometimes, where you're just like, you have really like worked on this relationship, haven't you? So yeah, and then Jeremy, the Heart Awakening is those are the things that are sort of keeping me sane. And Kathy Fitzgerald, who I'm not gonna like blast her contact information, because I don't know what she's doing as far as that stuff right now.
Yeah, she's so good.
Yeah, and then everyone, like people are really amazing and really helpful, and everyone has their kind of like thing, But yeah, those are the people like I would name just as like, and available to everyone. Oh, the other one is on Wednesday nights, my ex-boyfriend, Gabe Pacheco, my friend, Gabe Pacheco, I guess we can just say that.
Good catch there. Good catch.
I know it's been a while.
You're an amazing human.
He has a show called Funhouse Comedy, and it is honestly gotta be like the best Zoom comedy show on the internet. Like I genuinely believe this. Gabe's amazing, and he's a really, really good host, and he's a very good like let's dial this in, and he's a magician. Like he's a magician, and he's just very like, this is how things are, and but also like, oh, this has come up and this is happening, and like he's very good at going with the flow, like keeping things going. And Funhouse Comedy, you can find them online. It's a stand-up show. It actually was a stand-up show that happened in person in Brooklyn, I think, for like the last couple years.
I think I went to one of those shows with you guys. Like
Possibly.
back in the day, yeah.
Well, that would have been probably Get Lucky, like way back in the day.
All right, yeah.
And that was like in like
I get made fun of a lot because I sat in the front.
And I remember that because it was one of those, like, we were always like, no one makes fun of anyone, just sit in the front row, you're fine.
Yeah.
And it was just a very weird night.
I got ripped apart, yeah.
Oh my god.
Like and it wasn't just by like one comic, it was like every comic. Then when they would like put their line, they just like were leaning into me, you know. It was just like,
you just called it in. You know?
yeah. Well,
anyway,
I mean,
I'll put the link up.
yeah.
But he's had literally like award-winning comics on recently because it's Zoom. Like he can get comics from anywhere. Like you know, normally you're just you have to kind of deal with local comics and whatever
try to book somebody
that brings.
Right.
But he can like really book people. So those are the things that are keeping me going.
Word.
And well, the biggest shout out goes to my mom, who is actually like literally feeding me.
Yeah.
Making sure I have food in the house and just taking care of me.
You're crushing it, Marcy. So glad to have you board the ship. This is definitely by far the longest episode we did, but like such a great deep dive on like kind of just what you've been going through. I feel like there's a lot of people that would be curious, but don't necessarily have the type of relationship with you that have the confidence to ask exactly what's been going on, what's your process, what you're doing now. So, oh my gosh, namaste. This was like, so humbled that you took this call on such an auspicious evening. But
so good.
I hope you come back.
I keep forgetting it is Christmas Eve, isn't it?
Yeah, I didn't want to say it. I'm not really like a big holiday celebrator, but you know, I know a lot of people are, doing other things tonight. They're hanging with family, and I think that's beautiful.
But it would be nice to see, like, I think I haven't really updated people all that much, partly because it was like a very personal process, and I've been way more public. Like, I mean, when I think about it, if I had a headache, I wouldn't tell people, like, before all of this. Yeah. Like, really, or like if I was having a bad day, you know what I mean? Like, when I think back, I had one more time, like something I've not thought about, you know what I mean? Yeah. That, like, the amazing difference between, like, never sharing, like, how I feel, or like how, I feel, or what's going, like what I'm worried about or whatever. Or like, again, not telling someone if I'm tired, just like, cause I would just show up and do readings and like be present for the things that I had scheduled. That compared to sharing the details of a health issue and then the updates along the way as I like deal with it is, just incredible. Like it's hard to even quantify the magnitude of that type of change. And like now I'm just super comfortable because like I said, I was having these seizures for 3 years. Right. Like I said, I didn't know they were a medical issue, like literally until now. Yeah. But the only people that knew about them, I think I would casually mention them to Adrian. There was, I spooked a bridal shower. I thought I was being possessed by a demon.
I would like to keep going with you, but I honestly I do have to wrap it up. Like,
I'm sorry. Anyway, yes, all of it.
Okay. Okay.
I love you so much. Thank you very much. And have a good night.
Yes.